have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. And I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Are you a Philly entrepreneur? Do you run one of the fastest growing companies in the region? Do you want to benefit by being part of the Philadelphia 100 Awards and join other winners who have been recognized by this 35-year-old organization? Free applications are now open at philly100.org.
Apply now to be highlighted as one of the fastest growing companies in the Philly region. Join us in the fall when award winners are recognized. Register today at philly100.org. That's philly100.org.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Don Stenslin Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We are moments away from our visit with our fave freshman congressman from Pennsylvania. Great guy that we got to know while he was on the campaign trail. And so now it's fun to watch his path, his journey, if you will. So the journey of Ryan. I will say this about the trash talk in Philadelphia. Trash talk, we got a lot of trash talking, don't we?
Yeah, what's going on?
Yeah. So the latest is that in the wee hours of the morning, while many of you were still sleeping, unfortunately for me, I'm not asleep at the hour that they
Are you ever
that
asleep?
they said. I know, right? I'm like my husband Larry says, I'm a vampire, Dan Borowski. But I will say this, that so they've announced it, a deal with DC 33, and I was so glad. I was like, oh, thank you, Jesus. We're going to get the garbage picked up. Thank you. Not that my trash bags have been out there, but I did have the cans. Like, I hide them behind this bush.
Yeah?
And Larry's like, why are you doing that? Michael and David, let them carry it up. But you know what I mean? I can't help myself.
That's what sons are for, right?
I know.
Yeah.
And they're like, Mom, I'll do it. I'll do it. So we got that going on. A lot of headlines, but yes, the strike solved. We'll get the latest on that for Philadelphia. That's good news and a good look for Mayor Sherrell Parker. The union has some, there's some gripes out there, so we'll talk about some of those sour grapes moving forward, but it is good news for the city of Philadelphia, and it gets those Philadelphia headlines out of the national headlines, which is, it's cringy when you love your city, right? Other headlines as well. We have the Supreme Court backing President Trump's efforts to carry out those firings and the reorganization at the federal level and federal agencies. So a SCOTUS win for Trump that, yeah, he can do that. And as well, he ordered the extension of that freeze on hiring rank and file federal workers through October 15th. We'll talk about that as well. But we do have, joining me live now, Congressman Ryan McKenzie, freshman member of the United States House of Representatives and representing us here in Pennsylvania, 7th Congressional District of PA. And that covers, if you don't know, Lehigh, Northampton, Carbon counties, a part of Monroe County, and obviously just voted for the big, beautiful bill. Good morning, Congressman.
Good morning. Good morning, Dawn, my favorite radio host. Great to be back as always.
Thank you very much. So, I've been saying, and I said this when they named it the big, beautiful bill. I know Trump, he loves to say beautiful. Yesterday he was holding his big, beautiful cabinet meeting and talking about changing the light. He loves the new, beautiful fixtures. But I said, as a woman, I don't want like big and beautiful and the same. I don't think the big is so beautiful. You voted for it. What do you love about the big, beautiful bill? I'll start there.
Yeah, well, I break it down into 4 distinct categories. So this legislation that is now law provides tax relief for all Americans. It protects our communities by securing the border and upping law enforcement throughout the country. It reforms government in very critical ways for important programs that help vulnerable individuals. And also it makes really important investments in our future. So in each of those categories, major positive changes and something that I think is really going to be a big benefit for our country going forward.
And so when you think about energy here in Pennsylvania, we've talked, Congressman McKenzie, we've talked a lot about energy, drill baby drill, Pennsylvania, jobs, getting those jobs back. What is BBB? What does it do for Pennsylvania specifically? And which, by the way, of course, is good for the rest of the country when we think about energy.
Yeah, when we're looking at our future, we see the increased demand for energy coming online with data centers and other AI technologies needing so much of this energy supply. But what they also need is reliable sources of energy. And so, lots of people love renewable energy, and I'm an all-of-the-above person. I'm supportive of everything. But what that does not provide is reliable baseload power at this point. And so that comes from things like natural gas and even nuclear. So we took a critical eye at a lot of these energy tax credits out there, recognized that some of them were not effective. They were wasteful, not helping the industries that we wanted. And then we also saw things like nuclear that we want to get back online. We want to expand that. We know that can be a tremendous source of power. And so we continued some of those things. So I think it was a really reasonable approach that we took here to make sure that we're directing our resources and our effort towards the power and the energy supplies that are actually going to benefit and maintain a reliable grid, affordable energy, and also make sure that it is based right here in the United States of America. So I think there's a really bright future ahead of us. I mean, Pennsylvania is so blessed with the natural gas resources that we have. We need to make sure that we are reasonably and responsibly extracting those resources, but then also they have a way to get to market. And so you do need, again, the proper infrastructure in place to make sure that it can get to our customers. And again, if we do this correctly, we're going to be the energy leader, not only in Pennsylvania, but also in the world. And there's really nothing that stops us other than the radical agenda that for so long has put the brakes on things like natural gas and nuclear energy. But what you're starting to see is, and hopefully your listeners have seen some of these headlines, but in places like Europe, they're backtracking on some of their green policies because it just spiked energy prices in places like Germany. And even here in the United States, there was an article yesterday about California, how they were starting to walk back some of their policies because they recognized their prices were spiking too. So the green radicals, I think, are starting to be in retreat because their policies were failing. People were seeing the higher prices, the lack of energy, and this is a change of course, and a really positive development for the country.
Yeah, I agree. When we talk about Pennsylvania, obviously for Pennsylvania and specifically in our Commonwealth, Social Security benefits not subject to state income tax, but depending on your earnings, even if you're retired, maybe you have some pensions, investments, and that sort of thing that you get money from for your retirement funds. So for some people, Social Security benefits would be taxable at the federal level. Can you explain why the BBB, the Big Beautiful Bill, what it did for Social Security, people who rely on Social Security, and what that means also for the economy?
Yeah, I mean, this is huge. I mean, we have heard for years, and we recognize this problem, that seniors have been struggling. And so for so many people, when they go into retirement, they're on a fixed income, but that income is 30-40% lower than maybe what they were making in their last job. And so they are struggling as costs rose during the Biden inflationary years, and they had a fixed income that was level. They were getting pinched. And so the One Big Beautiful Bill provides real tax relief to seniors through an additional $6,000 deduction for individuals who make up to $75,000. For couples, that's up to $150,000 they could have an income, and then it doubles. Then it's a $12,000 deduction. And even after that, it does phase down, so higher income earners would see a little relief beyond that. But what this translates into, Don, is that 88% of seniors will now not be paying federal income tax on their Social Security income. It's an expansion. 14 million additional seniors across this country are going to see and experience this meaningful tax relief. I mean, that's huge. And so this is the type of reform that I think myself and others have been trying to get to for a long time. And you hear about it from the other side as well. Democrats always say, oh, we want to help seniors. We want to help low-income individuals. Well, this was their chance to do it. They voted against it. We were actually able to get it signed into law with the House, the Senate, and President Trump all in alignment. And seniors are going to feel this real tax relief when they go to file their taxes next time.
Yeah, I highlight it, Congressman, because I'm surprised that more people don't say what you just said as a headline. I think that is huge, and it's right there, makes a drastic difference for a large number of people. I was looking up just some of the stats. 69 million Americans a month get a Social Security benefit. And so it was the number that was given by the Social Security Administration was 1.6 trillion in benefits paid yearly, and that was last year. But are you surprised that more people don't? I mean, the media doesn't seem to focus on it, but it seems to me that seniors, maybe it'll be like a little surprise package, because I just don't hear a lot of people highlighting this.
Yeah, I mean, look, we know the media, the mainstream media, is against us. And so they always want to play the doom and gloom and the fear scenarios. And so it's incumbent upon myself and others to get the message out about all the positives in this legislation, because it is so impressive. It is so huge that you see across the board, all Americans are not going to see a tax hike. If we would have let the 2017 tax cuts expire, every single American would have seen their taxes go up. So we averted that. But then on top of that, not only did we make those tax cuts permanent for all Americans, we reduced taxes on tip workers, on people that work overtime, like nurses and firefighters, who we know there aren't enough people in those jobs right now, so a lot of them are working overtime. They're going to see tax relief. Seniors, which we already talked about, something that I talked about and championed was making the child tax credit permanent. Yes. So now it is it's even increased. It was going to go back to $1,000 per child if we didn't do anything. We were able to increase and expand it to $2,200 per child, and then it's indexed for inflation. So going forward, that's going to continue to rise. I mean, that is real tax relief that working families are going to see money going back into their pocket. And again, you know, the economy is going to take off because a lot of the positive tax reforms we made for small businesses. But the real benefit, I'm telling you, is going to come when people do file their taxes next time and they get much more money coming back to them. And then that's something that they can either invest or save or, pay off bills, whatever they want. But that's when you're going to start to see that real economic impact in next year, early next year. So I think again, so much positive tax relief and reform here for everybody in America's economy that we should be shouting it from the rooftops.
Yeah. And it's another one that hasn't made, I think, huge headlines was during the cabinet meeting yesterday with President Trump. He turned to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, and he just wanted a report from him. And I don't know, this was, they were focusing on the Epstein stuff and all of that. So I think it was glossed over, and maybe, unfortunately, to your point, the media is never going to say a positive. But Bessent highlighting the fact that the U.S. collecting $100 billion in tariff revenue so far this year, and really looking to rake in $300 billion by the end of the year if the tariff scene goes right. They also called out the office that guesstimates, some of this. And so, when we talk about the big, beautiful bill, and a lot of concerns among especially conservatives, right? Because we're the balanced budget people. I think we focus on that, and the big spending is a concern, all of that. But when we look at that, does that, make you more optimistic when we think about the money rolling in when interest rates go on? How do you balance that out? And what do you see, Congressman McKenzie, as far as, your concerns that you've talked about here and everywhere about the concerns for the deficit?
Sure. Well, look, I think people need to look at these things in totality. You can't look at what we're doing in one single piece of legislation or a single area and think that you have the whole picture. I mean, President Trump is leading the way on reorienting the entire economy, and it is one that is going to benefit working class Americans. I mean, that is for sure. We have seen for years our jobs go overseas because of countries not competing fairly. We wanted to always say, oh, well, it's a free market and a fair market. That was not the case. We were playing by a different set of rules than all these other countries. And so we are putting in reciprocal tariffs on these other countries that are going to have barriers to American products going overseas. We're putting them in place. We're the biggest market in the world. People from these other countries are going to want to continue to sell here. And what you're starting to see is that American jobs are returning. At the same time, tariffs are being collected to the tune of, like you're saying, a couple $100 billion a year. I've seen estimates that it's going to be about $2.5 trillion over a 10-year period. And so you take that into account when you look at what we did with the One Big Beautiful Bill. Yes, we're bringing down taxes and providing tax relief. At the same time, we're collecting additional revenue through the tariffs. And what we are seeing is this has not been materializing into any kind of large inflationary pressures. The inflationary numbers are actually coming down to that 2% target, which is what we're always after. And again, but people are going to end up with, Americans are going to end up with more money in their pockets through this tax relief. So you got to look at all these things collectively. And what I think we're going to start to see is, again, American job growth, real wage growth for Americans, which has been stagnant for so many years. And then ultimately, we want more prosperity in America for American citizens. And so, again, I think we're really starting to see the benefits of it. But I think in the long term, this is a really positive development. And again, if countries want to compete fairly, specifically on tariffs, then we're willing to lower and reduce our barriers. But people should not be taking advantage of America and our market like they have. And so thankfully, President Trump is standing up and pushing back on that.
Yeah. And speaking of taking advantage, I swear every day, whether it's in news starting at the 6 a.m. hour, or moving forward, talking about the fleecing of America, specifically with Medicaid. Just yesterday, I had reported out of the CMS, which is a government site, and locally, we've had people, too, arrested on fraud, healthcare fraud, Medicaid fraud, 324 defendants charged in connection with over $14.6 billion in alleged fraud. And that was just within the last week. So locally and regionally, that was just one headline. Another one shutting down Medicaid loopholes. that are supposed to protect vulnerable Americans. But in that one, once again, I think it was $30 billion I reported as far as these loopholes that take advantage of Medicaid programs. And so, with that as a headline, and I talk about that, Representative Congressman McKenzie, I will say that the Medicaid narrative is something that one of your colleagues, and that's Brian Fitzpatrick in Bucks County locally, that Medicaid was the reason that he said he voted against the big, beautiful bill. So what do you say to people who believe the narrative, who believe these headlines that, oh, this is going to make drastic cuts for our fellow citizens who need Medicaid? What do you say to that?
Yeah, I think it's always critical that we reform and review government policies and practices. I mean, that's not something that we should shy away from. It's difficult work. It is oftentimes contentious, but you need to constantly be reviewing these programs. There is the fraud that you've talked about that is documented at this point, but some people just want to turn a blind eye to it and say, oh, nothing to see here, nothing to do, continue business as usual. But that is taking money out of the pockets of not only taxpayers, but you're taking it away from those vulnerable citizens that need this help. And so it's important to go after that fraud. Make sure that we're reforming these programs in a way to get the money to the programs that need it. And then at the same time, we made positive reforms to Medicaid that I think most Americans would agree with. So the biggest thing that we did was institute a work requirement for Medicaid. And why is that important? You got to remember, Medicaid was founded 60 years ago or so for the vulnerable populations of pregnant women, individuals with disabilities, children, et cetera. And so that had changed with the Affordable Care Act or Obamacare. That expanded this program to just an income eligibility requirement for anybody, whether they have those conditions that might keep them out of the workforce, or if they are just an able-bodied adult but low income. And so now that you have a large population of able-bodied adults, we felt it was important to put in a work requirement, just like every other major human services program has. So SNAP already has a work requirement. TANF, which is temporary assistance for needy families, has work requirements in place. So these programs already have this check in place. That was not the case for Medicaid. And so that is the single biggest change that we put in place. It's something that also 70% of Americans agree with. And we say, if you want to participate in a program like Medicaid, you should either be working in a training program, or even the lowest level of in community engagement that we ask for is volunteering part-time. And this phases in over a 2-year period, so it gives people plenty of time to meet those requirements, understand what they are. That is not an irrational or unreasonable expectation for people to be participating in the Medicaid program. So I think that's a great reform. I think that's something that we should actually be supportive of, and I voted for it. I think others should be supportive of it as well. The other things are the ways that states have utilized different taxes to generate income for themselves to match against the federal government's contributions, because Medicaid is a state and federal program, and they've done it in ways that circumvent their own contributions. And so that means that they were always just spending without regard to merit or necessity, because they didn't really have any skin in the game. So this does make them have more skin in the game, and I think that that's a good thing, that now the interests of both the state and federal government partners in Medicaid will have more aligned interests. And so that's what we did with SNAP as well. We said the major reform to SNAP, which is, oftentimes, remembered as food stamps, we said if you have a good, well-run system, there is no change to the funding you're going to receive. But if you have a lot of errors in your system where you're overpaying people, you're paying people that are totally ineligible for the program, then you as a state, you will have a penalty, because right now you have no cost share in that program. So that's not an unreasonable expectation as well. And so Governor Shapiro has pushed back on us and said, well, so many people are going to go hungry. And my response to the governor is, nobody needs to go hungry. You shouldn't lose any funding. But right now you're running a really inefficient program where 11% of your payments going through the system are incorrect or being paid to people who aren't even eligible. And so if you clean up your system and get that number down below 6%, you'll see no reduction at all. And so that's a great way to incentivize a state to actually clean up their act. And hopefully Governor Shapiro will rise to the occasion instead of just complaining like he's been doing.
I have to give you some kudos and high praise. You do something, especially for a freshman congressman, Representative McKenzie, and that is you get for a Republican, you get positive media. Every time I look, you just in a major publication in Allentown, the Valley Ledger, they're headlining that you visited a homeless, you were addressing homelessness, that you were with firefighters there and visited and toured a homeless encampment. And so that's not, I don't know if you realize it, but across the country, that's not a common thing necessarily. And so I just want to point that out to you because I don't know if you fully realize that it's a big deal. I mean, people, I sound like that's SNL bit, like, by gosh, people like me. But, people do, they like you. And that's a credit just to your, I don't know, your nature or the way that you just reach out to people. It's a little unusual, I will say, for a politician, an elected official.
Well, I appreciate that positive feedback, and you know that you have a big fan base also, Dawn. So, you're doing something right as well. But for us here locally, we want to recognize all of these challenges. We have such a great community in the Lehigh Valley. There's so much growth, so much positive energy and activity going on here. But like any community, you have your challenges, and we don't shy away from those things. We want to go understand those challenges, figure out how we can help. And in a case like homelessness, we saw and heard about the challenges that they have there. The fire department said we need the city leaders and local leaders to be leading the charge on this. But if they come up with a plan, can you help maybe get us, some federal grant funding or provide resources if there is something that we think could meaningfully make a difference here? And the answer is absolutely. And so, we're looking, and I just talked to the mayor of Allentown the other day about the challenges they have. And so we need local leaders to step up on things like this. The federal government can't solve all the problems, but we can provide resources in some of these instances. And so, again, it's really important to be out there in the community, understand the different situations that people are going through, and figure out, okay, how can we best step in here to help when possible or when available.
Well, we always appreciate the check-in, Congressman Ryan McKenzie. We love sort of living vicariously.
I'm going to hold you up for 30 seconds because I know you love to get personal updates.
Yes.
And so I have a big one here for you.
Uh-oh.
Is my wife and I are expecting our second child. A little baby girl is going to be joining us around Christmas.
Oh, my goodness. What a blessing. Wow. Congratulations.
Yep. Absolutely. We're so grateful, and it is a blessing, and we're looking forward to making sure that Leo has a little sibling that he can play with around the house in a couple of months.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Huge congratulations to you, Congressman McKenzie. We're all going to celebrate. Thank you so much. Aw. So Congressman McKenzie as well as Dan Borowski, what's in the water in Pennsylvania? You're both of your wives are having baby girls.
Well, the thing is, I'm going through it right now, and my job is nothing compared to Congressman Ryan McKenzie's. Just welcoming another child into this world, a great family guy, and able to balance that with passing the big, beautiful bill, bringing all these benefits to Pennsylvania. What a freaking guy, Dawn. Awesome stuff. Congratulations to the congressman.
It's funny because the first time that he came on, we didn't know because he was running up against the Swampster, Boo, and we didn't know whether he was really going to win. We liked him, right? We all just said, this guy's like a good guy. He's like a normal guy. And we like Ryan McKenzie and knew him from state politics and so on. But I'm so happy for him. And I think it's like your high school yearbook, never change. You never want to see somebody change because it's fun to live, seriously, to see his journey, watch as he grows as a lawmaker and as a dad, a husband.
I'll never forget when one of the first times he joined us, talked about packing up the car with the kids, driving down. And it was just, it was such a relatable individual and what he's going. It's really cool to hear.
It is. And even before he won, on the campaign trail, And you could just, even before the polls, whatever, it was like, hey, this guy, people like him. He could, and you love to see that. You love to see real people, genuine people who I think have a compassion level. So in any event, if you want to give your take, 855-839-1210. Speaking of husbands and wives, we gotta get this story in there, Dan. I think you found this. I mentioned it on Kale and Company because did you find the story of the wife carrying world champion? Was that you?
Yeah, Americans have finally won it, Dawn. There's a wife carrying championships.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
We have to, and so this is a thing. It's an actual competition.
Uh-huh.
The way they carry the wives, we got to get into it. And if you're not on YouTube, you got to check it out. But it actually has a history of Viking, my people, the Scandinavians, of the men would, I guess, go to another village and steal women. So there's a really creepy history to it. It's kind of fun, but they're having fun with it. So it's like the wife carrying Olympics. 855-839-1210. Quick break. Thanks for being here.
With so many options, choosing the right funding solution for your small business can be confusing and complicated. LendSeek makes it easy. Our AI platform instantly matches your business with over 100 funders to find the perfect fit up to $1 million in as fast as 24 hours. Recently, a business owner needed $100,000 that same day to beat new tariff pricing and avoid a 3-week shipping delay. LendSeek got him funded in just 2 hours. He locked in pre-tariff pricing, kept shelves stocked, and steered clear of the storm. And because LendSeek continually evaluates new funding options for your changing needs, it's easy to see why 90% of our clients come back for additional funding. If you've been in business at least 2 years with annual revenue of at least $500,000, qualifying is easy, with no collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, and no hassle. LendSeek is open for business. Apply now with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com, LENDSEEK.com. LendSeek. You seek, we lend.
Join 1210 WPHT and Nick Kale in supporting the 38th annual Bend to the Shore Bike Tour. It's Sunday, July 20th. Ride 10, 30, or 65 miles, or just make a donation. Visit bendtoshore.org and enter code NICK1210 to get $25 off the registration fee. That's Bend, the number 2, shore.org. Promo code NICK1210. The Bend to Shore Bike Tour provides financial relief for families of the fallen and critically injured first responders and is organized by the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation.
I'm Bobby Finger.
And I'm Lindsay Weber. Our podcast, Who Weekly, is everything you need to know about the celebrities you don't. Think of us as your cheat code to People Magazine, your glossary for Hollywood, a shortcut to understanding pop culture at large.
For the past 8 years, Who Weekly has been telling listeners everything they need to know about the celebrities they don't.
Who Weekly airs twice weekly with brand new episodes on Tuesdays and Fridays. Listen and follow Who Weekly, an Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
The most important part of your financial future is the firm you choose. You see, all financial firms are not the same. Traditional firms that sell securities can't guarantee income and are vulnerable to bankruptcies, market losses, capital gains taxes, and ongoing fees. But the exclusive crash-proof retirement system continues to protect over 6,000 clients from market losses and bankruptcies, and provides guaranteed tax-favored income with the potential for double-digit interest returns with no fees whatsoever. Our one-of-a-kind proprietary system continues to protect billions of dollars in assets. Are you in or near retirement? There's only one crash-proof retirement for the American retiree. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
I want to know who owns the land around our bases. and strategic bases, and getting an understanding of why foreign entities, foreign companies, foreign individuals might be buying up land around those bases. That's something I should be paying attention to on behalf of the American people, on behalf of my department, and on behalf of the president. It's common sense. And so food security, just like energy resilience, just like where we get our water, that's all national security, especially in a contingency. So we would be asleep at the wheel if we were not fully a party to an effort like this to ensure that our nation had the food supply it needs. But specifically, our troops have what they need on our bases so that in those moments you can rely on us here in the United States to provide that security. So no longer can foreign adversaries assume we're not watching and we're not paying attention and we're not doing something about it, because we are. So, Brooke, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, SecDef Pete Hegseth. And you know who else is paying attention? Somebody serving on the Committee on Agriculture, which is big here in Pennsylvania, big across our region, New Jersey, Delaware, etc., but also North Carolina. We want to take you to somebody who's been very vocal about this common sense. It should be common sense, but unfortunately not everybody gets it. So we have Congressman Mark Harris here in the House, also a freshman. And I don't know if you just heard, welcome in, Congressman. We appreciate you joining us. I just interviewed one of your colleagues, Ryan McKenzie from here in Pennsylvania. So good morning.
Good morning, Dawn. It's great to be with you this morning.
Now, just a little secret, because I'm broadcasting from Philadelphia, but just to let you know, when I was a kid, when I was on my 10th birthday, we moved to Charlotte, North Carolina, and then Raleigh, North Carolina. And so I lived there, yes, sir, during my formative years from ages 10 to 16. It's one of the reasons, even though I always wanted to be a journalist, that I went into initially television news, because then we moved back up north. But I talk on like this, and I had this Southern accent.
That's why you have such a good Southern accent.
Because I had one.
I didn't know that. Wow.
So thank you, Dan Vorowski. And so what happened was I would watch television news to speak like a Yankee, you know, and not say like Mira and chewing gum and things like that. So anyway, just a little. I love North Carolina.
Well, once you ever get that tar on your heels, you just can't really ever shake it. So you are a Tar Heel because of those formative years, and though you may not talk like we do, you're still the real Tar Heel.
Well, thank you. I appreciate. I wear that as a badge of honor. Thank you so much, Congressman. I do. I love it. And my son is now going to head to Elon University in North Carolina, so I'll be there.
Oh, awesome!
Yes, sir. So I'll be spending some time there. Want to talk
about?
I
was born and raised in Winston-Salem, and Elon's just right there around the Triad, and I'm very familiar with that school. Great school, and doing some great things there.
Yeah, we lived in Charlotte, then Raleigh, Bayleaf Baptist Church, if you're familiar.
I preached in Bayleaf Baptist Church before.
Oh, my goodness.
Small world.
Oh, my goodness. So Reverend Ron Rowe and Ruth, we were baptized in that church. My whole family,
awesome.
We became born again right in that church, Bayleaf Baptist Church. Wow, it's a small world.
I've known Ron Rowe for years. Marty Jackaman, a good friend of mine, was on staff there for years. And absolutely, I know that church well.
My goodness. I love it. It is a small world. All right, we got to talk business. This is such a great story about farming, agriculture, and when you really look at it, it's shocking to most people that anybody had to legislate this, right, and turn it around and make sure that we control our farmlands and protect our farmers.
Absolutely. It's something that we have to pay attention to. And I was so grateful for Secretary Rollins stepping up. And, that was fascinating when President Trump invited all the media into the cabinet room yesterday. Yes. And as they went around the room and various cabinet members gave reports, Secretary Rollins held up that little map that showed where the issue is, where really and truly they are buying up our farmland and particularly around our military bases in many cases. And it is a cause for concern. And I'm very grateful for this administration that they're calling attention to it, they're recognizing it, and they're getting behind the movement that I hope is going to continue to take place, where we are just calling it out and then taking steps to limit what they're going to be able to do.
Yeah, we're showing that if you're joining us on YouTube here as well, on our YouTube channel, we're showing the map that you just referred to, Congressman. And so, when you think about it, you got East Coast, even in Florida, and then the West Coast mainly. But I mean, it's scary when you think about outside Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in the Midwest. When you look at, Fort Liberty, for example, that's a concern for you.
Absolutely.
So what can we do? Because, in other words, this administration and our Congress can say, all right, never again, or maybe limit this moving forward. But the question is, how do you reverse what has already been done?
Well, one of the things that is very, very important in this, and I hope that people that are listening will get on to their state legislators to take some action. In fact, in North Carolina, our North Carolina House of Representatives has passed a bill. It had full bipartisan support to prohibit the purchase of farmland within or from adversarial countries within a 75-mile radius of a military base. So that is some action they've taken now. The North Carolina Senate, the other side of our legislature, they advanced a similar bill, but unfortunately nothing has yet been signed into law. I'm hoping that pressure can build on our Democrat governor, Josh Stein, to take some action or sign this into law. But the House has passed a bill, strong bipartisan support. The Senate's advanced a similar bill. I'm hopeful they're going to get their language together and forward that to the governor together. And then if he doesn't sign it, or if he does veto it, they can override that veto because there is action that needs to be taken. And, of course, we stepped up when I'm also served not only on the Ag Committee but also the Education Committee. And we recognize that China, they don't have America's best interest. And they are so focused on education that it came to my attention that between 2012 and 2024, there were almost 3,000 contracts with China in our education institutions valued at $2.32 billion. And so we introduced a bill basically that no contracts with foreign adversaries. It was actually picked up and put in a larger bill called the Deterrent Act that we debated and passed out of the U.S. House, and that has gone over to the Senate where it is awaiting action. And I'm hopeful that Senator Thune will pick that up now that we've got the one big beautiful bill passed, that we can start moving some of these things in the Senate and get that on the president's desk. But we've got to take some action that's going to be definitive and make sure China understands we're not going to allow them to keep acting in these aggressive ways in our country.
Yeah. I thought it was also interesting that Secretary Rollins also addressed this piece of who works on our farms, that, Americans, she hopes that Americans will work on the farms and American labor, but at the same point then said, we are moving in this country toward automation. And so your take on that, because I didn't necessarily think about that as much, that, because you think about the farmer on the tractor, and it's, something we see, and here in Pennsylvania, we see the Amish don't even have a tractor, but then when you think about the future with like robots working in the fields, I don't know how to feel about that.
Well, that was interesting. To be honest with you, there was so many news stories that came out of that hour and a half in that cabinet room yesterday as different secretaries, spoke on various issues. That was sort of a new one to me when she mentioned that. I gather, though, that basically she's continuing to talk about the big farms, the larger farm industries. At the same time that conversation was being held, we're also talking about ways that we can, the president has even mentioned having farmers vouch for the people that are working on their farm because they use the immigrant labor so often, and coming up with a system and a way that is certainly not a pathway to citizenship or anything like that, but it is some kind of form of identification, some kind of form of card where the person that is working on that farm, the owner or the farmer, vouches for them. And I think there's a lot of conversations that are being held. We know that the labor, every time I talk to my farmers in my district, honestly, labor is one of the primary issues that we hear about. We've talked about regulation, and it's obvious that this administration is working diligently to roll back the regulations that are being such a hindrance to our farmers. But labor is also at the top of their list. And I think as we continue to work toward that, I think Secretary Rollins was saying if what we can do through automation, we're going to do and start moving that direction. But we'll have to see what that turns out to be. That was kind of new to me yesterday as well.
I know that you were, the final thing I'll say on that you bring up a great point, and that is the people who employ folks who are here, maybe even on an expired work visa. But here in our region, for example, I know there were ICE agents who raided a place of work, actually said, no, the people who we brought out were not charged with anything. They are people here illegally, but they're people who were human trafficked. And so there are people that we have to think about that some of these ICE raids are to rescue people from being human trafficked as free labor. And so that's really what you're bringing up, Congressman. It's a very important point.
Well, it is. And, I had the opportunity to sit down along with 7 other congressmen with Todd Young, the acting ICE director, and just a couple weeks ago. And, the question was raised with him about these raids, or were people on farms concerned about raids. And he assured us, and I really believe this, that if there is a farm or even setting up at a Home Depot, if there are times that they are doing that, it is only because they have received a specific tip of information that one of these criminals or someone that they're specifically looking for may very well be in that area. I still wholeheartedly believe they are following what was talked about earlier, and that was that we're going to make sure that we're going after the gang members, the criminals, the human traffickers, and those that have been a part of that. And to your point, rescuing even innocent people that have been brought for that purpose as well. So I do think that they are following the agenda that's been set forth, and that we're going to continue to see progress made there.
Congressman Harris, I know you were a big fan and a proponent of the DOGE cuts and Elon's hard work and the whole team. So what are your thoughts? What's your reaction, as far as Elon now teasing? He, to my knowledge, as of this morning, I look every day, he did not file anything with the FEC. But as far as Elon Musk, what are your thoughts about a new political party or maybe something else?
Well, Elon Musk, I really have had such appreciation for what he brought to the White House and working with President Trump, setting up DOGE. As you pointed out, I was a big proponent of what they were identifying. And let's face it, 80% of Americans, you looked at the polling, they were astounded at the information that DOGE began to uncover. And it didn't matter who you were, you had to say, that is crazy spending. And so getting back to common sense, that's what he was doing. The idea of starting a third party, that never ends well. And I think there's far better ways for him to use his resources and use his time. Starting a third party would be divisive. I don't know if that was just a reactionary thing, that he was getting frustrated. I do know that honestly, there is a process. I'm learning as a freshman the process that we have to go through to move things and to get things done. And it is grueling. And I'm sure to somebody in his position and his leadership that is used to saying, hey, let's just get this done, and it just happens, the process is probably frustrating. But I just think there's better ways that he could use his resources. In fact, I heard somebody suggest just yesterday that several leaders had said, look, if he believes in a constitution of the state or a convention of the states, maybe he puts his time and his effort and his money behind calling that and a balanced budget amendment become part of that to really get our country where it might need to be. So I don't know where and how he'll intend or land on this, but I don't think a third party is wise. There's no need to divide conservatives right now. We're moving forward. The momentum is there with this president and this Congress. We've got a lot more to get done. The DOGE movement has only just begun. The $9.4 billion rescission package that we passed out of the House, we've got to get that through the Senate so that is done. And then that was supposed to be just the first of several of these rescission packages that are going to take action on all of the things that DOGE was identifying.
Yeah. Congressman, final question to you, and that is, I know North Carolina and your district included, hard hit with the hurricane there, maybe less in the headlines because of the tragedy that's happening after Texas, but how are you all doing with the recovery? And we had people from our area, I mentioned the Amish, my own sister and her church headed to North Carolina in the aftermath to help folks out, but how is North Carolina recovering, following the aftermath of Hurricane Helene's devastation?
Well, as you mentioned, I mean, we were so grateful and are so grateful in Western North Carolina for just the people of the United States that have demonstrated their love, their compassion, their commitment. We're seeing the same thing happen right now as people are reaching out to the folks in Texas with their prayers and with their support and with their hard work to try to help them recover. We've got a ways to go in North Carolina. We're making progress. Of course, these tragedies and these storms just keep popping up, and we have to be aware of them, and we have to learn better how we're going to deal with them going forward. We just had over the weekend sort of this Chantel remnants that came through North Carolina, and there were some rescues that had to happen around the Raleigh, Chapel Hill, Carborough, and Hillsborough, had roads closed. And in fact, I-40 and 85 were closed for a period of time. I think there were somewhere around 150 to 200 rescues of individuals with this flash flooding. So these are situations that it's going to take a lot of time, a lot of support, and a lot of effort. And I think we're making progress in Western North Carolina. I know they're encouraging people to come back there, but we've been involved in still trying to help people get in homes. I know our churches, North Carolina Baptist on mission, have been helping rebuild 1,000 in 25 as their goal, is 1,000 families to get back in their homes who are still not in there in Western North Carolina, just to try to get those built. So it's ongoing work. It's going to be ongoing for several more years, I have no doubt. And there'll be other crises that will happen around the country, no doubt, as that happens. So local communities still pulling together, still getting the work done. And this president and this administration continues to try to get the support where it needs to be.
Congressman Mark Harris, I hope we continue the conversation. What a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Well, it's my joy. Thank you for having me, and we'll definitely do it again. All right?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Congressman Mark Harris. Dan, thank you for finding him. And I just, again, you could just feel that warmth over the airwaves. And so another freshman congressman.
And full transparency, I had no idea that you lived and were raised in North Carolina when setting this up. And what a small world. That's amazing. You guys knew each other from church and all.
Through the church,
that's crazy. What a great guy.
I know. I love it. We'll have to. So now I'm, because my Lair Bear, my husband, 25 years, this summer, we were married in the Catholic Church, became Catholic. But still, when we go back to NC. I'll have to visit Bayleaf.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll even catch Congressman Harris. He preaches sometimes.
Spending a heck of a lot of time there
I
soon.
know, right?
Yeah.
So thank you for that. Well, we have a lot around.
Wait, before we go.
What?
Because we got a lot of family in South Carolina, me and Maisie.
South Carolina.
But we're drivers, and that's a heck of a drive. Are you planning on driving back and forth?
Nope. Larry's like, well, we could drive. I'm like, yeah, you
Was
can
it like
drive.
8 hours?
Yeah, it's like,
Elon?
yeah. No, I'll be fine.
Yeah. Good idea.
But you got to shop around, catch the good flights.
All right, I'm just throwing out there because, Mike, if you're listening, that's the sane thing to do is to fly to South Carolina, not to drive, or North Carolina. So maybe we consider that in the future, guys.
Yes, amen. All right, 855-839-1210. I almost gave the wrong number. What are we doing here, Mike?
We got a break.
Break.
Yeah.
All right, thanks for being here. Be right back.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Ready to redefine your home style? Bucks County Estate Traders offers a breathtaking collection of furniture to suit every taste. From timeless antiques to chic modern designs, discover thousands of meticulously cared for pieces, each one inspected for quality. Explore their ever-changing inventory, featuring styles from classic Victorian to sleek contemporary and charming coastal. And with their expert team often reupholstering finds, you're sure to discover unique treasures ready to make a statement in your home. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
They say no two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app with over 16 million subscriptions sold? Well, we thought of you. All of you. Take Sierra. She's an artist and absolutely a visual learner. She's doing a deep dive into our Babbel wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Malcolm is very much a type A, say it to my face, listening learner. So he checks with Babbel's speech recognition to make sure that accent?
Precio.
Keith's a real people person and a curious learner, so he loves Babbel's Culture Bites, full of insights and native knowledge about the language he's learning. Like, what's served for Christmas dinner in Germany?
Glühwein, Weihnachtsgans und Christmasstollen.
Wherever you are, however you learn, Babbel is the best choice to break any language barrier. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. 6607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
If I handed you $100 today, what would you do with it? Gas money for that road trip? A car detail? Groceries? Tickets to a baseball game? Well, United wants to give you that cash. You already know they've got unbeatable service, the best rebates, and the experts to keep your car running right. This month when you buy tires, you can take the cash. Simple as that. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Visit UnitedTire.com today. That's UnitedTire.com.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The Joe Conklin Show is Philly sports put to music.
10, 20, 25, 30, Eagles.
Wildwood in Ocean City, July 11th and 12th. Tickets at JoeConklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensling Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Hi there. at Dawn Stensland on X. And remember, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, always on YouTube for your viewing pleasure. So we do have, we have so much breaking right now, and we're going to break some news here in just a couple of minutes. I want to give you some headlines. Thank you for being on the YouTube chat as well. But other headlines today, as we look at the city of Philadelphia, it's a huge story, and yes, it has been making national news that we've solved the trash talk issue. No more in the headlines with DC 33, 9,000 strong union members, 911, those important jobs, 911, water, PGW. We're looking at the airport, some of those essential workers, if you will, and of course, sanitation. So when we think about that, I'm glad that they solved it, and I hope that at the end of the day, DC 33 union strong, I hope they're happy with the deal. Mayor Sherelle Parker earlier this morning, I think they solved it like 4-ish in the morning.
Hey.
Yeah.
Only you are awake at that
I
time.
know. I was like, oh, fabulous. I got my lead story. So that was good. That was nice. So we have that going on. Also, if you're on X, you know what Grok is. So Grok is in the corner, is in big trouble because Grok, well, this shows you the dangers of artificial intelligence, right? And so I know earlier we had reported, actually Miss Robin had said it, that Grok went all, I don't know, Hitler-esque or whatever.
Mecha Hitler.
And geez. And then, I guess Elon fired the person who helped program it. Elon's like, don't blame me. I'm not anti-Semitic. You're fired. Can you imagine? Grok.
That's really bad.
I don't know how he named Grok. I have no idea. But so we'll have to talk about that one moving forward. My son and I we're addicted to this show called Murderbot.
Murderbot?
Yeah, it's about a robot. Anyway.
Ooh, wait.
But
It's
robots
actually
can go rogue.
This looks good. Apple TV.
Uh-huh.
Like it looks like
good.
something to be like crappily made, but it looks like it's
No.
well made and effects
It's actually
are
good.
impressive. Grok, derived from Robert A. Heinlein's 1961 science fiction novel Stranger in a Strange Land. In the book, Grok is a Martian word that signifies a deep, intuitive understanding encompassing empathy and even spiritual connection, not just intellectual comprehension.
Well, Grok was Grok.
Yeah.
He was not making the spiritual connection, if you know what I mean. So, oops. But that's the problem that's the danger of using AI. Don't rely on that. So we have that going on. And we can tell, we've talked about this morning, the Supreme Court ruling. That's another significant win for President Trump and the real challenge that we're seeing in the lower courts to the executive branch. And that's really what it's all about. These challenges at the end of the day just make the executive branch, just define these different branches of government. So on that level, I don't mind it, but it's just at some point it gets ridiculous and redundant as they're trying to legislate from these different various district courts. That's not a good thing. And that's not why those courts were ever even put into place. It was to help out as a Band-Aid situation, really. So that's the long and short of it. I just want to give you some other headlines, news headlines.
NBC 10 did catch up with some of the leaders in the strike, if you wanted some audio of that.
Yeah, we haven't played that all morning, so let's listen in real quick.
Here you go.
Thanks, Dan.
Before this morning, when the union's president walked out of this building, he used the word unfortunately when telling us that a deal has been reached, saying he is not happy with the outcome. The deal comes as the city's largest municipal workers union had just entered day 9 of this strike. Both sides met for this latest round of talks yesterday afternoon. DC 33's president told us it is a 3-year deal. He wouldn't go into detail, but said some kind of wage increase is included. He said they did what they thought was in the best interest of their members.
The city of Philadelphia has to do better by its members, has to put the members and the workers who handle all the essential functions as a priority in the city. I don't feel like that's been done.
Philadelphia's Mayor Sherelle Parker released this statement. She says the new 3-year contract, coupled with the 1-year extension they agreed to last fall, will increase DC 33 members' pay by 14% over her 4 years in office. We know the union all along had been asking for 15% over 3 years. We are expecting to hear more from the mayor later this morning, and the union says they'll share more too in a statement. As
So we'll get the details, and I don't know how you view that, but Greg Boulware not happy, the president of the DC 33 of the union there. So they were, I think sometimes when you're it's a tough deal to negotiate these things. And I think it just shows you if both sides they're a little contentious, maybe that means that it was a deal that was hard fought, and hopefully the union members themselves feel appreciated, because we appreciate you. These are some of the hardest working individuals. I cannot say this strongly enough. If the mayor wants to cut or trim the budget, trim it with all the different staffing and the people who got raises and work within City Hall. And a lot of them just came back to work for the first time in years, which is cray-cray, if you ask me. All right. Our friend Terry Tracy, Broad and Liberty, he's brilliant. He's awesome. And he's here with some breaking news. Hey, Terry. Terry Tracy.
Cray indeed, Dawn. Good morning. You're always too kind, but I appreciate it.
Thank you. And you had actually...
It's been a little while.
Yeah, it has been a while. That's what I realized. I'm like, what's going on with Terry Tracy? I haven't, broadandliberty.com. I haven't talked to Terry in a little bit. We got to update.
Just having all the fun. Yeah, all the fun at Broad and Liberty. It's that just listening to the intro there with the news bit, it's a tough situation. I mean, it's a reminder of how precarious the situation in city government in particular, but a lot of these county governments all over the region really is right now. That the fiscal situation is increasingly unstable, and the macro pressures are not going to, be substantially mitigated, I don't think, anytime soon, particularly given what Josh Shapiro is doing in Harrisburg right now. And, we are one crisis away in many of these governments from not being able to pay the bills and provide basic services to taxpayers who are already significantly leveraged. And so while there's a lot to debate about, whether the outcome with Mayor Parker and Greg Boulware is good or bad or what, when you zoom out, I think it should be a reminder of really how precarious the fiscal situation in the Philadelphia region in southeastern Pennsylvania is right now.
Yeah, and they never think about, to your point, Terry Tracy, they never say, in this one, it's they look at the hardest working individuals who, by the way, starting salaries in the mid 45-ish thousand range. I mean, I know that there are those who make nearly double that with overtime and whatnot, let's say for sanitation, but these are hardworking individuals as opposed to Philadelphia City Hall, where you have a lot of layers of bureaucracy, you have big staffs and a lot of perks. That's where I would cut. They never do.
No doubt. Why don't you start with City Council while you're at it?
Amen.
One of the most ineffectual legislative bodies on the planet Earth. And then the other piece too is when you look at the mayor's budget. There's a lot about Mayor Parker that I think, and she's sort of like the tallest midget of the circus coming off of Jim Kenney. But there's a lot that she's done that I think is encouraging, or feels just sort of like she's an effective cheerleader for the city. She seems to have the backs of our police. She has a sensible, sort of tough on crime public. There's good things there, right? I don't think you want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. But when I look at this budget and I look at her housing plan, it's a tremendous amount of money. Who's getting that money? And I'm not sure that they're even solving for the right thing. I don't know that housing stock is really the issue. I think the issue is poverty. And if you had less poverty, you would have more vibrant neighborhoods, and the housing stock that is in the city would be sufficient for its current population. So I'd rather see all that money that's in this sort of housing boondoggle go to the people that are doing some of the hardest jobs in the world and feeling all the inflationary pressures that all the rest of us are feeling. And, let's do a much more practical review of how we're spending taxpayer dollars.
So if Terry Tracy, who's a very busy guy and CEO of Broad and Liberty, but let's just say you're mayor, what are your top priorities for the city of Philadelphia, and how do you implement them given what any mayor, but especially this mayor, inherited, and the pushbacks from city council?
I know it's not, well, if you're sort of controlling for the inevitable pushback from city council, this would probably be a tough sell. But if I was king of Philadelphia for a day and not just mayor, what I would probably do is really overhaul the tax structure. And I know that's not sexy, but the wage tax is an absolutely devastating tax, and sort of related taxes like the business receipts tax and the business privilege tax and all those sorts of things. The wage tax for decades has taxed things that move, people and jobs. And when people and jobs move because the tax structure is insufficiently favorable, then you get poverty, and you get a lot of it. And then with poverty comes social dysfunction. So until you create economic opportunity and prosperity as a baseline, it's very hard to have the civic infrastructure you need in order to make city government work. And one thing where I probably differentiate from my conservative friends is I have this sort of general theory that population density necessitates government, right? Government in places like the city of Philadelphia are more necessary in daily transactions than you might see in Wyoming County or something, where county government is really more or less irrelevant outside picking up the trash and making sure the sheriff's office functions. But so I'm not this, let's just strip the whole thing down parts. I think that your city governments inherently need to do more than some of their counterparts in suburban and rural areas. But if you don't have a revenue model to make it work, and if you don't have economic opportunity for people to be able to realize their own potential, you just have dysfunction and chaos. And that's what we've had for the better part of 80 years. So if you just want to keep, if being more progressive in our politics is all Philadelphia needed, I'm looking at, Chris Robb getting into the congressional race for Dwight Evans' seat in PA3. That's the last person Philadelphia needs in Congress. If all we needed was more of that, the city of Philadelphia would already be a progressive utopia.
Which would be it'd be a very bad thing to be king of a progressive utopia.
Listen, I think progressive and utopia is a complete oxymoron, so I don't think it's possible, let alone me being king. But, that's where we are.
You can dream in your living room, Terry Tracy. Let me throw some out at you because, I also know you're a thoughtful person and thinking about the arts and music and the importance of that. And I was trying to wrap my brain around NEA, NEH, all the different cuts that are happening, and the arts community, and of course a lot of people freaking out about that here in Pennsylvania and across the nation. And these are significant cuts. And so, what are your thoughts about doing that now? As you well know, there are many around the country, especially in places like, not far from where I'm broadcasting from, the Wilma, the different theaters, but also in New York City. And they're saying, oh, see, this is what fascists do. And this is what, those who want to overtake, what do? They take away the arts, and they take away. So what do you say to all of that and to the budget, some tough budget cuts to NEH and NEA, obviously National Endowment for the Arts?
Yeah, well, fascists also use the arts to peddle propaganda and indoctrinate people. So, but, don't look at the programming in your local community theater anytime soon. I've actually lived this a little bit at the local level. For several years, I was president of the Upper Darby Arts and Education Foundation. And my term just ended earlier this year. And my involvement there was really around restructuring. Are you familiar with Upper Darby Summer Stage?
Of course, yes.
Yeah, it's one of the best programs in the region,
yes.
Right? It's an absolute crown jewel. It's a great opportunity for kids. It's about the arts, but it's not about the arts. What it does for those kids is really tremendous. It operates in a community where there's a lot of folks who are not of privilege, and the underserved typically do not have equitable access to arts or arts education. So it's an organization that does great work. And the story there was that for 45 years, the township and the school district had a joint partnership. It was sort of a joint venture that was not necessarily part of any charter, but a handshake agreement where they pooled resources in order to allow this program to survive and thrive. And for 45 years, it worked until it didn't. The government fell on hard times. Upper Darby School District struggles tremendously. The township has like an $11 million structural deficit and is raising taxes and fees everywhere you look. And the reality was that funding that program was going to be untenable in the long term. And so what we had to do is we had to say, if you're going to put this program, or at least the funding sources, back into the third sector, what does that look like? Because we can't continue to rely on the taxpayer to subsidize this based on all the other strains. And so, I mean, I was certainly, frustrated with the fact that a program like that might be at risk based on fiscal pressures in the government.
Mm-hmm.
And the transition to the third sector, or a third sector, is not an easy one. But it was a necessary one, and that foundation that supports Upper Darby Summer Stage and its other arts and arts education programs is now thriving. They just celebrated the 50th anniversary there 2 weeks ago. They had thousands of people out. They're opening a year-round art center in the eastern end of the township that is partially being funded by ARPA money, which is actually a good use of ARPA money. Bad bill, good use if you're going to spend it. And they've been able to use that to actually raise awareness about the programming and attract substantial donors that will allow that program to thrive for years to come. So in many ways, it's a success story. Not easy. It's much easier when you just have the government's needle in your arm. Don't get me wrong, because the check comes and it clears. But it's also not sustainable because you have to make choices. And so the question becomes, is the arts really what you want the government to do?
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like we're going to zero. I just think that, just like you want governments and markets to be distinct social forces in a healthy democracy, I would argue you want government and arts to be distinct social forces as well. And where there's overlap, and maybe I'm at 50,000 feet, you could get into some more specifics about who's being heard and how you fix it. I lived it in Delaware County. It's not easy, but it is doable. And if your product is sufficiently commercial, you're going to attract people who want to make sure it survives. It's kind of like newspapers. Like this is what I do every day, right? The Inquirer is a lousy product at the end of the day. That's their problem. There's all kinds of macro issues with media, yes, but it's not a good product. And so, but if you sell a good product, everyone wants information. With good information, people will ensure that it survives and it thrives. And I think there's probably within the arts community some soul searching that needs to be done about the kind of product that's being put out there as well, and whether or not the taxpayer ought to fund that, and whether they even want that. So, there's some foundational questions there, really.
Yeah, I love it. I didn't even know that you were on that board, but Upper Darby Arts and Education Foundation, that whole wasn't that part that was a Tina Fey had praised it? Am I right there? Is that part of that?
Yeah. She had Tina was a big supporter. She's an alumni of the program and of the high school. That when she wrote Mean Girls, which is a movie and it was on Broadway. I don't know if it still is, but that was actually based on her experience going to Upper Darby High School. So, and her parents, I think until recently, still lived in the town. So she has deep roots there. She has been a benefactor there. She has been an inspiration to many young women who wanted to get involved in the arts, who have followed her up to New York and done all kinds of things. And there's a number of other very successful alumni as well who are doing national tours and are on Broadway and are producers and directors. So it's really a tremendous program. And, but that sort of, government taxpayer art, was a little bit different because it's kids in education. So I think you can make a different case for it, but still at the end of the day, the government has put itself in, over the course of many years, a position where it just cannot maintain all of these obligations. So you have to make tough choices. And I say that as an advocate and supporter of the arts, not as someone who's, just critical.
Yeah, I always say to people, because I've had relatives where I'll say, oh, my sons, absolutely, they're on the stage, they're in musicals and plays since the schools had it, since they were little. And they'll say, oh, that's, especially for boys, I'll say, it's a life skill. So my sons did sports, big kids playing high school football and whatnot, but also star of the musical or in the musical, because it's a life skill.
Yeah. So variety is the spice of life, right? And it really is. Your ability to get up there in front of people and present yourself in whatever capacity that is, playing a trumpet or being in a play or doing, like I forget what the phonics and speech stuff, like whatever. Regardless, those skills are invaluable when you go through life. It builds confidence. It exposes you to like real diversity, not just box checking diversity, but diversity in every sense of the word, in a way that just makes you. And me coming out of the out of Upper Darby, I would say, really prepared me very well for life because it was real, authentic diversity with opportunity to participate in everything. Like you said, sports and arts and challenging academic. But what you see is, in a place like that, they've cut the advanced placement program. It's gone. The arts program was at risk and needed to be substantially restructured. The graduation rate is at 57% or 67%. These are real issues, and they sort of go back to my earlier point, which is that the government's primary responsibility, outside of just the basic service it's chartered to provide, is to create a foundation for prosperity. And when you have these progressive policies that destroy your fiscal position and drive social dysfunction up, economic opportunity down, and it leaves nothing but chaos around you and social dysfunction, you get these massive structural problems that are really, really difficult to change. And, the problems that we see in the city are the policy problems and that sort of ideological framework in which these local governments are operating as they become more and more blue or deeper blue. The problems that we see in the city are becoming pervasive throughout the region. And so, yes, things like opportunity for kids and the arts are put at risk. And that's the joke, right? Because these are the folks who often on the campaign trail will put themselves out there as being the most staunch advocates for these things. But they're not willing to focus on the fundamentals of government that are required in order for them to be able to prosper.
So today, one of my themes, I'm just asking everybody, the big, beautiful bill, what do you like about it? What do you hate about it? What do you think about it?
I'm going to sound like a broken record because I think every time I come on your show, I say this. I really hate the dysfunction in Congress. I really do not like these bills, as a matter of principle. I don't like all of these policy bills that are jammed through the reconciliation process that are this conglomerate of different policy considerations that make having even a rational conversation about the efficacy of the bill or the policies possible. And, I don't even know what we're talking about. Are we talking about the Medicaid piece, the immigration piece, the economic piece? So, I just think it's bad for the country generally. I mean, I think Obamacare, we would all agree, is a disaster. I think 99% of people believe or have no idea that part of the reason that higher education costs are so out of whack is because when everyone was focused on Obamacare getting passed, they passed the student loan reform. They attached it to that reconciliation bill that basically allowed the government to nationalize student lending and has created all kinds of problems throughout higher ed, not just the financial problems, but even the problems with, boys and women's sports and all the because you have all of these education bureaucrats that are making, huge six-figure salaries at the top of the ivory tower, making really wacky decisions. So, and that never got the day in its sun that it should have back in 2009 when Obamacare was passed, because it was just thrown in there last minute to a reconciliation bill. So, as a matter of both process and politics, I hate these kinds of bills.
Yeah.
That being said, when you get into it, there's good stuff in there, right? I mean, the Democrats, I think, are again Trump just runs circles around them with the politics of these things.
Yeah.
They're focusing on the Medicaid thing. I get it. I think top line, that's what makes the bill seem unpopular. But I saw a survey earlier this week that said 68% of Americans believe there should be a work requirement for Medicaid, and a majority of Democrats.
Because it's actually good for you, right? I mean, I've had this conversation with relatives. It's actually good for every one of us to, put on your clothes in the morning, brush your teeth, and go to a job. It's good for your physical health, your mental health. If you're single or divorced and you meet people, do you know what I'm saying? It's actually, we're meant to get up and walk somewhere and do something to simplify.
I believe community service is even one of the options.
Yes.
If you can't find a job, but you're helping a nonprofit do something good, go help the Upper Darby Arts and Education Foundation open their new arts center, and you get to have Medicaid. It's not a bad deal. So I think they're making a mistake by dying on that hill. Obviously, this is a massive economic bet, and the execution and implementation of the bill and the return economically on the bill is going to determine whether or not it's a success. But, the early signs show that, the markets are favorable, and I think the only risk there is sort of how how the tariff situation potentially complicates the economic picture.
Yeah.
But I think the things that they did in the bill around immigrant, and look, as much as I want to be sort of pie in the sky or intellectually pure about this is the way I wish Congress would work, I understand who's in Congress and what we're dealing with. And I think Mike Johnson is a really impressive guy, very, very impressive. And if this is what he needed to do to get some common sense legislation passed so we can stop doing what I hate even more, which is just governing by executive order, and then it all gets reversed in, whenever, then I'll take it. But it's kind of a, it's a compromise I don't love. But it is certainly better than the alternatives. So we'll see. It's a big economic bet.
So the today's edition, hot off the press for Broad and Liberty, one of the pictures I love is 1976 bicentennial photo of Philadelphia. And from the editors, is Philly ready for America 250? But you said you were going to break news. Are you breaking news about that, or what are you breaking news about? You were texting.
No, I do have a little news.
You do?
So we have a little news. We heard over the weekend from the Pennsylvania News Media Association that Broad and Liberty is being awarded Best Investigative Journalism in Pennsylvania this year.
Woohoo! Congratulations.
And it's really a credit to Todd Shepard and his work, particularly his work on the mismanagement of the Delaware County government, in particular the prison. I mean, that place, got a ton of coverage from the Inquirer, and no one ever told the other side of the story. And it's been a disaster, and Todd's been on it. And so he's got a big award coming his way, and it's well deserved, and we're proud. And it's with the big boys. I mean, we're competing with the Inquirer and the Post-Gazette and Spotlight PA. So we haven't told anyone yet. You're the first one. You and however many hundred thousands of your best friends. But we're proud.
We are celebrating. We are proud. Congratulations, seriously, to Broad and Liberty, all your hard work, Todd Shepard, and also Terry Tracy, King of the Day. We named you King of the Day.
I'll take it. I don't get that at home.
You're a legend
Thanks,
in your
Bob.
living room. Hey, Terry, it's always you're always refreshing and brilliant. So thank you.
Well, ditto. I'll talk to you soon.
Talk soon, Terry Tracy, King of the Day. Has anybody ever named you King of the Day, Dan Borowski?
No, but I like that title. It'd be nice.
King of the Day. We should just have fun with that.
Yeah.
And Larry's probably listening. He'll be like, "You never say I'm King of the Day." All right. I know I have to take a break.
We have to hear about Marvin E. Cans.
Marvin E. Cans, my guys. Jonathan Cans, you are King of the Day. How about that? Tomorrow, because Terry is today. But in all seriousness, and that's the kind of thing I can joke with Jonathan Cans, because we have that relationship. These are my guys who I really appreciate, and I am so glad that I found them, seriously. When you find somebody who's like, hey, I got a guy, as Zioli always says, you're just thrilled about it. So Marvin E. Cans, they do great work. They're local and multi-generations, family owned and operated and created. And my friends from Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, they installed that Mitsubishi Electric heating and air conditioning mini split, and it is a total game changer. You just walk down our lower level. It just smells, I don't know, fresher because we didn't have the proper ductwork and whatnot for our lower level and that home office, and they fixed it thanks to installing that mini split from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning. So we love it, and we're really appreciative for that mini split. For your hard-to-reach areas, it's something I hope you consider from Mitsubishi. So just visit my guys. Maybe you need a summer tune-up as well. You can turn to them. And we did. Remember I told you last year we had our water heaters. They started leaking water. So they fixed that issue as well and lowered the Pico bill like you wouldn't believe. So Marvin E. Cans, MarvinEKanze.com. My guys, tell them Dawn sent you.
Weather, sponsored by WSFS Bank.
A flood watch is in effect once again today across the Delaware Valley. It'll be partly sunny, hot and humid with a chance for some late-day strong to severe storms with a high 91. Tonight, mostly cloudy, shower and storm chances continue with a low 74. For Thursday, cooler, mostly cloudy, still the chance for a few showers with a high 84.
Where there's a Wisfus, there's a way. At WSFS Bank and Bryn Mawr Trust, your goals matter. Discover local expertise with national capabilities, all with the personal service you deserve. WSFS. We stand for service.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
It's the perfect time to get inside a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now, lease a new 2025 Tacoma four-wheel drive double cab SR5 for just $259 a month for 36 months. Or buy and get rates as low as 3.75 for 48 months. Or check out the rugged new 2025 Tundra and finance for only 1.99% for 72 months. Or get $3,000 cash back. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify. Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Save with Window Nation's best deal yet. Get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest until 2030. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com before July 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Here's comedian Howie Mandel for hands-free Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins.
Yeah, I'm holding a new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-in sneaker, and first of all, I barely know I'm holding it. It's that light. You see, Cozy Fit is a cool new sneaker where the upper is made of a soft quilted material. It's kind of like a little puffer jacket for your feet, except it looks like a super stylish sneaker.
Introducing new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins, the latest comfort creation from Skechers. You can find Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Now there's a new way to take charge of your blood sugar. Introducing new Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula from the makers of the nation's best-selling garlic supplement. New Garlic helps maintain healthy blood sugar levels with clinically supported levels of garlic, plus a custom blend of vitamins and minerals, and it's odor-free. Take charge of your blood sugar with new Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
You make me smile. Thanks for being here today. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. I'm Dawn Stensland at Dawn Stensland on X. So we talked about the fact that I love Bruno Mars.
He's really good, right?
David, so my youngest son, he loves to sing. And I recorded him singing in the car the other day because he's like, because we sing in the car.
Yeah.
We're driving around.
Do you have the video?
And he drives. And so he goes, "Are you recording me?" And I go, "Yeah, because when you go away to college, I'm going to play this." He goes, "Aw."
It's true though. Like you're gonna miss that, right?
I know.
You got to capture the moment. It sounds corny. Like I was so against it all the time growing up, and now that we're welcoming a little girl,
Yeah.
I'm getting real sentimental real quick.
You have to record everything. Everything.
But Bruno, just amazing voice, great range, and wasn't a huge fan of him for the longest time until when I was at Stern. I actually got to meet him. He came back to the interns and the producers, and was just a very kind guy. And
Very kind, but can I just, okay, you're very tall.
Yeah.
How, did he come up to your waist?
So what happened is he actually, so he was getting a tour from the producers at Stern, and he came back to it was called the Bullpen at the time, and he looks to us and he goes, "It's really a pleasure to meet you all." And we go, "Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Bruno Mars. Like we're just low-level people." And yeah, I was actually sitting in a chair and pretty much eye to eye with him because that guy,
He's little.
He's very little and I'm very big. But I stood up, shook his hand, and he had the kind of like, "Oh, you're a tall guy" kind of moment. But
As he stared at your belly button.
yes, it's
That's awkward.
really cool. But yeah, amazing talent, Bruno Mars.
Did you get a picture with him?
No. Well, that was one of the things we were told. You know,
Oh,
this is
yeah.
a professional environment. You don't really
So
want
you
to
don't- yeah, you
fanboy
want a
out.
picture.
So yeah.
So, speaking of X, I think Variety broke the story. I always want to give credit, but Linda Yaccarino has announced her resignation as CEO of X. Thanks for pointing that out. So, you remember she served, to my remembrance, under Trump at some point for something like health and nutrition or fitness or sports, or I forget. I mean, she worked for Turner. She's an advertising, television guru person. I think she worked for Turner. I think she worked for NBC more recently, and then Elon Musk had hired her to sort of, helm the ship, if you will, the day-to-day at X. And maybe, I don't know, what happened? Is this a result of Grok?
She's a patsy.
I don't know. Is she? Because they fired the lead, somebody else too, whose name we don't know, but Linda Yaccarino, higher profile person. So I don't know, was this something that she wrote, "After 2 incredible years, I have decided to step down as CEO of X." And she wrote that in a post this morning. When at Elon Musk and I first spoke of his vision for X, I knew it would be the opportunity of a lifetime to carry out the extraordinary mission of this company. And I'm immensely grateful to him for entrusting me with this responsibility of protecting free speech, turning the company around, transforming X into the everything app. So I ask you, is X everything you wanted and more? Is it the everything app?
It's creepy.
Well, I think that X, I certainly like it much. I like it more than back in the day, when they were shadow banning us and all that crazy stuff. So I think X is good. I like it. I think it's a good app. I don't know. What are your criticisms? I think.
Well, full control. And what I'm concerned about is
What?
there's a current race, because what we see over in China, and I hate to bring up China again, but they have an app called WeChat, and it's called the Everything app. And along with WeChat, they have a governmental app similarly that almost controls everything. And what happens is now all the currency is done through this app, and they have social credit systems and such. And I'm concerned that this is another example of technocrats racing to the finish line, trying to gain that ultimate control through a tech platform over what the future will hold for society. And to hear X wants to become that everything app, I think when I hear something like that, I hear control, I hear nefarious. I don't know. It just rubs me the wrong way.
Well, I think that is, to me personally, I will say this, that for X, if you look at the future generation, like my kids are not on X, right? My
No.
like teenagers or
What are they on?
college age. What is it? What's the one? WhatsApp?
TikTok?
They're definitely on TikTok.
Yeah. Well, that's a thing. It's concerning is you have, Douyin and TikTok, and they're trying to gain control similarly alongside these technocrats like Elon. So I think we're sitting here with our butts on our hands. One direction, China's trying to gain ultimate control through TikTok. The other direction, technocrats are trying to gain ultimate control like Elon through X or Peter Thiel through Planeteer. And there's just so much going on in the tech world that's crazy concerning to me.
So they're on Insta. So high school age, that's the big thing. Like, hey,
that's Zuckerberg's effort.
Yeah, what's your Insta? So they're on that. But then what's the other one? It's Snapchat, right? So Snapchat, like when we were down in Ocean City and Sea Isle last week, and we'll be Friday night, we have like something in, Sea Isle. So David especially, like so this is what the teenagers, they'll go to their Snapchat and they can see all of their friends. They can see who's there. So it tracks you, but it's closed into your group. So you've signed into, I guess, with your group of friends or whatever, your connections. But that way, if you're in a place socially, you can, like we were at the beach and then in Sea Isle and Ocean City, and he goes, oh, so my friend JT's here, and walked over, and sure enough, there he was. And that was through Snapchat, which is kind of cool.
That's pretty cool, yeah. But
so we should do that. What?
I said kind of creepy as well, though.
Yeah, but it's like, I don't know. Or you can see, and actually you can see, I imagine you can turn it on and off for the location, but you can even say like, oh, they were at this restaurant, or they were, I don't know. Do you like that idea? But I imagine if I'm Elon Musk or if I'm running X, I want to make sure that this is a format that the future generations are using. Because if everybody in high school is not using X, but they're using whatever they're using, then you're kind of blocked out of that. So how do you get them to come over to your format?
Yeah.
So I would imagine that the demographics have something to do with it. So you want to keep, everybody you've had and keep them happy, but then you want to get the future generations and attract them.
I do have some of Elon talking about that if you want.
Okay.
Indeed. I mean, we don't even have an app that's as good as WeChat in China. And like in China, you can like live on WeChat, basically. It's like, everyone's like, they're like, you live on WeChat, you do payments, you do everything. It's like, yeah, it's great. Basically, WeChat's kick-ass. And we don't have anything like WeChat outside of China. So
WeChat.
I was like,
WeChat.
My idea would be like, how about if we just copy WeChat? Hey. Copy them.
Buys Twitter, copies WeChat.
Yeah, pretty much. Yes.
And you can hear him saying that. So that's how he speaks. Hey, copy WeChat. What would you name it? WeChat?
X?
X-Chat?
Well, that's what he's doing with X. That's what he's talking about there.
Yeah.
He's already doing
WeChat.
it. Yeah, so concerning, Dawn.
Why is that concerning?
Because we're offering full control to private individuals here. Like I
what do you mean?
Every time I hear Elon or Zuckerberg sitting in on the Oval Office meetings, and he's
not in the Oval Office, though.
But you hear the relationship with Peter Thiel and Planeteer. I'm so concerned that Trump is turning a blind eye to being used and abused by technocrats as they try to gain their ultimate power, and he's more concerned about coming out and looking good politically than he is actually creating a future for Americans that
think Trump
leave our freedom.
Wait.
I think Trump's being used.
You think Donald Trump is A, being used,
yes.
and B, you think he's
100%
more concerned about politics?
I think he's,
That's nuts.
No, 100% he's
You
concerned
think
about
Trump
politics. Everything he does, he's a populist. Everything he does is concerned about politics.
You just heard Terry Tracy
He's gone
in our last
180
segment.
on so many different topics.
You just heard in our last segment Terry Tracy saying what a risk a lot of this in the BBB is. It's a huge risk. Everything Trump does is the antithesis of what a career politician would do. These are huge risks that he takes.
I disagree.
He sticks his neck. What?
Yeah.
This tariff thing? Everything he does. And come on in.
Well, that's assuming that he wrote the entire bill from scratch. I think a lot of what's in that bill might be him being used, to be quite honest. And it concerns me.
I don't think that Trump is concerned. He's not a career politician.
He's should be.
No, he shouldn't.
He should be concerned about the future, Dawn.
He is concerned about the future.
We have technocrats
which is why
openly talking about wanting control, and he's being abused by them and used.
He's not being abused.
Yes, he is.
He's not.
Yeah.
He's not being abused. He's not.
You have Elon out there threatening now all this crap, a new party.
Who cares?
Because Trump's not stepping in line with him anymore.
Who cares? First of all, it's a negotiation.
Obviously, we do because we spent 2 days talking about it.
I know. No, I love it because these are my two favorite people to talk about. I love Elon and I love Trump, and they're going to make up. They will. Here's my heart for the two of them. But they will. This is a negotiation.
Yeah, once Trump allows himself to be used by Elon Musk again, they'll make up.
President Trump, are you being used?
Yep.
Do you like being used? I don't think he is. Sometimes does he get played, or do we all get played? Sure. But at the end of the day, everything with the tariffs, with Trump sticking his neck out there, he's the one person who gets away with this, and it's because he is so transparent and we see his end game. And so the end game is MAGA, make America great again. So he's willing to stick his neck out.
He's transparent, but again, people like Elon weaponize that against him.
Perhaps. But I don't think I don't think he falls for it. But I think it's a negotiation. I do. Who do you agree with?
I mean,
855,
if he doesn't fall for it, why is he hucking Teslas on the lawn of the White House?
Because he felt bad that Elon, his businesses were burning, and people were being threatened. That's why. So he was just trying to, he's the ultimate brand manager. I can say that because Greg Stocker's on vacation. Because Greg Stocker, we love you, and you're our brand manager. But the ultimate brand manager is Trump. Am I wrong there? I'm not wrong. So no, I don't think Trump is getting played at all. I think what I would say is the difference here is the motive. What is the motive? So with Trump, he believes that most people want peace and prosperity. He believes that he can appeal to those who want the prosperity. With Elon, what's his motive? A little different. I don't think Elon is that prosperity guy. He's the guy who wants to go to Mars. There's just a different brain here, but the two of them, that's why I like them together, because it's a lot of fun and it's a lot of energy. All right, I have to, speaking of energy, 855, I'm losing my voice, 839-1210.
Cheap renovations don't last. Quality ones do. That's why Emmons uses only premium materials and expert installers for every kitchen or bathroom remodel. We don't use shortcuts. We don't cut corners. We just design and construct stunning spaces built for years of beauty and durability. Call us at 856-556-3229 or check us out online at callemmons.com. Contact us today and let's build something amazing. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit DKappliances.com.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com.
I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-408-4040. That's 800-408-4040. 800-408-4040.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
We have so much breaking news, but I will just remind you that we still have a flood watch in effect, so be safe out there. National Weather Service issuing all these warnings for our region. Looks like, again, 5 o'clock today, more possible threats to life or property across our region. So be safe with these important weather alerts. I know there's a lot of Trump. He's very active on social media this morning, sending more tariff letters, but there's good news with regard to NATO. Remember when everybody said, oh, what's he doing with NATO? He's messing with NATO. It looks like they got a deal to make sure that everybody pays their fair share or a better share. So we got that going on with NATO. The trash talk diminishing, we hope, here in Philadelphia. And we got our own Dom Giordano in the house, continuing on because we are live and we are local. Man, today flew. We had some fun interviews.
Hey,
hey, Dan. Hey, Dom.
Hi, Dawn. Dawn, one of our all-time favorites, Selena Zito, she's the one that originally said, don't take Trump literally, but seriously. She's got a new book out. She was 4 feet away from where he was shot. She was going to interview him. And how many times he called her apologizing because he couldn't do the interview at that point. Then he did even more of it. It's quite an insight into the campaign also.
Oh, what a great book. Dom Giordano, another great show coming right up.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Hey, it's Matt, your Leaf Filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit, see if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch. No overdraft fees, no annual fees. And you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text CARD to 323232. That's CARD to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It's Dom time. Welcome in, everyone. Dom Giordano Show. I got a poll up at Dom Show 1210, at Dom Show 1210. I think you'll want to respond. And I see what people are doing. They're going exactly where I thought they would. Simple question. Are the Epstein files issues a big deal? 34.2 say yes. Are they concerning? 42.1. Or you're over it? 23.1. So people are getting in their silos on this. Some of the news around it, what's replaced it now? The people that go wild over stuff like this, they're so upset over Epstein, they're saying, yeah, when's that audit of Fort Knox going to happen? When are we going to get in Fort Knox? You promised that, Mr. President, Fort Knox. Guy put that up as over 7 million views. They want to see Fort Knox and the gold next. This is where it goes when you take something like this and then it gets out of line. Roseanne Barr is going after this, and a word to President Trump, we got to solve this. We got Roseanne Barr, who's a big Trump person, weighing in on this. But the bigger story that impacts us right here, and we got everything covered today. We got Selena Zito. We have Jeff Van Drew checking in, the congressman. A lot to get to with Jeff Van Drew. We have anti-Semitism by the NEA at an extraordinary level. That somehow or another, these teachers' unions, they really are the enemy. They're not an adversary. They are the enemy. And the NEA with the goofy Becky Pringle is much more the enemy than the AFT with a smarter person in Elise Weinstein who heads that up. But the CEO, just before the show of X, Twitter, resigned. Now, yesterday, the AI of Twitter was saying all kinds of Hitler praise and the Fuentes guy praise and all that stuff. And people are trying to get to the bottom of why. Is it about that, or is it about Elon Musk duking it out with President Trump? Roger Stone jumps into the ring with Elon Musk and they attack Steve Bannon. They may have alleged at some point that Bannon is on the Epstein files list, which we don't even have a list of. You just can't make this up. So which one of those three? You can hit me on Twitter at DomShow1210. It's a big deal, just concerning, or you're over it already. Now, the big deal that impacts our lives is playing out right now. I was so surprised this morning, I must have seen it 5 o'clock this morning, from the head of the RNC in Pennsylvania and from Dan Muser, the congressman, who I thought was going to run for governor and potentially, well, Trump already did endorse him. Now, it was a soft endorsement, but it was an endorsement, has dropped out. Dan Muser is not running for governor. Now, you know this is a key governor's race, and I'm the camp to tell you this is winnable. Josh Shapiro's a really tough opponent, but you could see how the guy's got a glass jaw. Yesterday, the House in Pennsylvania, that Fairness in Women's Sports Act, I believe so that Shapiro doesn't have to either veto it or sign it ultimately. You know what they did? And we're going to bring you on the architect of our side of this. And is there enough coverage on this? They just said, oh, yeah? A discharge vote was done. You have to get 25 people to vote to say discharge a bill so that the full House can vote on it from the committee it's in. Now, you know they were holding it up there because they know some Democrats, along with Republicans, are going to vote to say no males in female sports. And it'll be a huge embarrassment, and Shapiro will have to do something. You know, they said, nah, we don't think that belongs in the Education Committee. I believe they switched it to the Health Committee. What's going to be next? The Uranium Committee? How many committees can these people get away? How much can these Democrats? Remember when they said the roof leaked, they couldn't hold sessions? They're there with one vote, by one vote on paper. And you know who put them there? Old Doug Mastriano. So here's the problem with Muser dropping out. I like Stacey Garrity a lot, as you know. There's several things I can point to. The military experience, rural, treasurer, and she's gotten the most votes of anybody in Pennsylvania history in one election. She will run a fierce campaign against Josh Shapiro. She will at least ding him up, if not beat him. But lurking is the Mastro. Will he run now with Muser out? Do they run as a combined ticket? I don't want Doug Mastriano anywhere in any shape or form. And as I said, he's a nice enough guy. We've had him on. But the wackiness of this just emboldened Shapiro to not only win the race, but to win it enough that we lost the House. I think one House seat in Collingdale was like 60 votes. It's all due to this maniac. He almost lost Lancaster County. It's impossible to do that. So that's what's going on. This is a big story, Muser dropping out. I'm going to ask Selena Zito to handicap that. Big new book, just out yesterday. Henry got her. She's the person who wrote The Great Revolt. She chronicled what was happening with Trump second to none. And I don't know if she coined it, but she says it all the time. Don't take Trump literally, but take him seriously. And that is spot on. President Trump says she knows the MAGA base, and she knows Trump better than he knows himself or knows the MAGA base. And she's got a lot to tell about inside the shooting, about the day afterward with Trump constantly talking with her and apologizing since he couldn't do the interview. He had been shot. She's got a lot to say about the campaign, inside the campaign, and what Trump does next. She'll be here at 12:30 today. I mean, she definitively gets what happened here in 2016, and I think what's happening here now. All right. I mentioned the teachers union. Here is Becky Pringle. A lot happened in July. They had secret sessions around July 4th, the NEA, the big one, with 3 million members, whatever they are. Here's Becky Pringle. We played you many times last year in Philadelphia, where she went off about all the things. Here's her latest. And the fair thing to say is what they did at this teachers convention, these people. They said they're going to root out fascism. They misspelled fascism in their document. You're teachers! Spell fascism right, you fascists. And they're going after Trump. And when you read it carefully, they're going to muster America's school children as the foot soldiers to go after Trump. Let's just think about what these people are like in a classroom. Here's Pringle talking about how they're going to fight in every election.
NEA, remember who you are and hold your head high. You are brave. You are powerful. You are the NEA. Hold your head high. Hold your head high. NEA. Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom. Hold your head high.
Yeah, I love the music coming in under that. These people are the enemy. They're not adversaries. They are the stone cold enemy. What they've done, they've taken the Anti-Defamation League, which is a liberal outfit, but pro-Israel, and puts out material on the Holocaust. And they said, point blank, we are not going to have them anywhere near school children. The Anti-Defamation League on the Holocaust or anything else. That would be putting oil companies in to talk about climate change. These anti-Semitic morons, they are not adversaries. They're the enemies. She's stupid. She's crazed. But they have a lot of members, and they want these kids to be foot soldiers. Even Randy Weingarten differed with her on several things publicly. Speaking of which, this will be cut 16. Here's our guest yesterday, Barbara Glenn. She's the one leading the charge on the Fairness in Women's Sports Act. Listen to how the speaker, Joanna McClinton, as soon as she talks about this filing, clips her, wings her. That's it. You made your point now. Shut up. Like a nanosecond. Why are they so sensitive about this? They're so sensitive about it because they know that a bunch of Democrats, like last time, more, are going to vote to say no males in female sports. This in the House. I would say double figures easily. And then Joshie Shapiro, the chameleon, is either going to have to veto it, which I predict he will, or sign it. No moving around. None of his folk stuff. Is he going to consult with his son? All right, so here is Glenn. Listen to the cutoff.
As in similar processes in the past, I rise to inform all members of the Pennsylvania House of Representatives, especially the bipartisan majority that supported this policy in the past, that we have filed a discharge resolution with the chief clerk on the Save Women's Sports Act this morning, which is Senate Bill 9. Senate Bill 9 needs both debate and a vote. Madam Speaker, the U.S. Secretary of Education stated just last...
The gentlelady will suspend.
Yeah. We'll suspend. You can't say the U.S. Secretary of Education.
Notice has been provided to the members and the chair, thanks to gentlelady.
Yeah, the gentlelady is going to get this bill done. All right, side question today. Yesterday was the anniversary of the first public reading of the Declaration of Independence. I wonder when they read it, the people that were there for the very first reading. I mean, I think this is the public reading. Maybe some of the delegates hadn't heard it yet either fully. I wonder if they look and thought, wow, this really is something. Or where they, yeah, these are nice words, but we might get killed here. The British are closing in on us. So Henry came up with this. We're looking for that first public reveal. Like when they roll something out that you remember. You might not have been there. You might not have seen it right away, but you wish you were. Or you go, oh, my God, this is horrible. Like, I don't remember when they rolled the Etzel out. Oh, what it must have been. But I do remember I was at WWDB. It was about 5 a.m. Drudge had it up. The Segway. It's going to revolutionize mankind. Just imagine everybody will be driving around in Segways. Oh, my, it was nuts. He had diagrams, Henry. He had stick figures driving Segways all over the place. Oh, yeah, right at the top of, and that's when Drudge was really, really hot. The other one I'll take off because it's sort of like a reveal. The first time you saw it, are you one of those guys that said, oh, I saw that coming? I didn't see it coming because I didn't know anything going in. The Sixth Sense of what the play is. Yeah. Yeah, well, I saw that, bro. Come on, this is what's going to happen. Everybody's always that guy. Oh, that you knew it. You saw it coming. I have to admit, I didn't. It was kind of startling. Was that well done?
Yeah, I didn't either. No, it was very well written.
Oh, yeah, it was. And we're beyond the spoiler road. If you haven't seen it by now, come on. You can't yell, spoiler, I haven't seen it. Yeah, What's the over and under on that? We should officially set one. I would say 6 months.
6 months.
That's a lot. I'll give 6 months.
Okay. I would say a year.
Oh.
I'd give a year.
All right, you decided, Andrew.
A year.
A year?
Yeah.
A whole year you have to wait before you can say anything. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
I mean, a lot of times, if the movie is in a particular category that you're not even into,
right?
I feel like you need a little bit more grace when it comes to giving those kind of people like for example, like when all the Avengers movies came out, right?
Right.
Not everybody's into that. But, everybody was talking about them, the interviews and all the actors and stuff like that, and they kept saying, it's like, well, if you haven't seen it now, you're living under a rock. Well, it's
true.
like, there's not everybody's into that,
Well, Sean McCoy spoiled it the day of.
Right.
Yeah.
So.
All right. Well, that's a little bit. Yeah, I would agree. All right. Public reveal, Henry. What's yours?
No, I got 2 here.
Yeah.
First one I'm going to take off the board, it was Theranos, when a 19-year-old Elizabeth Holmes got dressed up in a black turtleneck and jeans, pulled a Steve Jobs almost, held her little blood testing chip up for the camera and posed for, I believe it was Forbes magazine, unveiling their technology, which was that a little prick of blood could tell you everything that was wrong with you inside your body.
Right.
That ended up being complete BS, as we know now. But that
That's a great
unveiling,
one.
you thought like, oh my gosh, this woman, this college dropout just revolutionized the medical game, and she didn't do anything except pull a giant con job. The other one is a reveal we should have probably seen coming, but we were still shocked nonetheless. And that was when Allen Iverson got his statue for the 76ers at the Camden
Pretty bad
practice
statue.
facility. Yeah, I think we all forgot that all the statues in the walkway there were all, miniature.
Yes.
So when they took the very modest sheet off
Right.
of the statue to reveal a, I don't know, what is it, 3 feet high statue, I think everyone was, including Alan, was a little disappointed. But then
big time.
you go and look around Monuments Park, as they call it. They're all 3-foot statues to honor some of the greats to play for the team, and it's
Why would they do that? I
Why
don't
would
get
you
it.
do that?
Right.
What kind of? And it's just
It's the Sixers, yeah.
It's the Sixers in a nutshell. It was 3-foot statues
exactly.
instead of 15-foot ones.
Andrew?
Well, I was thinking something along the lines that's kind of like revolutionized the world, changed how people interact, how people just live in the world today. Back in 2007, Steve Jobs introduced the original iPhone.
Exactly.
And the first smartphone, as they say, because nobody has dumb phones anymore. But basically, it's changed the way that people connect. Everybody has it on one particular device that's only yay big. It's only 4 inches, whatever it is. But it's revolutionized the way people communicate, the way people connect. And the world hasn't been the same since.
I think its ability to take pictures, too, and video.
Yeah.
Now, how many people have gone down that wouldn't in the past because nobody would have been able to film it? Now it's over.
Well, every single time something happens, what do you see? Like
Hundreds
events and stuff like that? Whenever there's a picture, everybody in the crowd is holding their phone up.
Someone's got an angle.
All right, great ones. Public reveal. It might be a bad one. It might be one where you go, no, that wasn't good. And that's why you're mocking it. Or it might have been really good. Or you wish you were there. 855-839-1210. By the way, the Mondani guy in New York says if your condo is empty for more than a week, something like that, because you go off to Florida, as some people in New York done, that should be given to the homeless then until you come back. Oh, my God. Can you see a guy, he has the condos are keeping score of this? Can you see people saying, all right, if I stay another day, is that okay? Oh, my God.
There's a clock start as soon as you
there's a
walk out
clock.
of the building.
Can you imagine this maniac who I think stands a really good chance to win? All right, 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. You just push pound 1210. Hit us with that all-time public reveal. That's one. And the Epstein thing, it's about the same. People are trying to say they're concerned. I thought they would. But it's not the big deal. You can hit me on Twitter with that at DomShow1210. I think, though, what this is leading to, you're seeing on Twitter people saying, hey, we haven't seen that Fort Knox reveal yet. All right? Suppose there's no gold in Fort Knox. Oh, my God. That's what happens. You breed this crowd of some of these bro shows and some of these guys on Twitter. They need fodder. So they're going to keep on coming up with conspiracies in any way, shape, or form. All right, 855-839-1210. Jump in right now.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
IT problems don't just slow business productivity, they can cause serious security risks. Computrex delivers comprehensive managed IT solutions for efficiency and peace of mind. Providing proactive monitoring, rapid issue resolution, and robust cybersecurity, Computrex is your reliable partner for seamless IT operations. Computrex, empowering your business through expert IT support. Call 610-415-0539. COMPUTREX, the number 4, the letter U.com.
I think it's going to happen. I think he wants to propose.
Finally. Does he know what kind of ring you want?
Well, that's where you come in. You have to tell him to go to Cozy Jewelers. I saw so many rings that I love there, but they also make custom pieces. So, if you could give him the little hint, hint, nudge, nudge.
Of course. I'll just happen to be looking at their Insta when I sit next to him later. Watching Paul's expertise and ooh and eyeing.
You're the best.
Step up to the 5th C. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy. Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. CozyJewelers.com and at Cozy Jewelers on Instagram.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/hereforgood.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in Caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When we place our loved ones in a nursing home, we expect them to receive the best care. We meet with families who learn that their mothers and fathers, grandmothers and grandfathers have been terribly abused in nursing homes. Bed sores, malnutrition, broken bones, dehydration, and yes, even death. If you believe that a loved one has been abused or neglected while living in a nursing home, call us. The consultation's free.
Morgan & Morgan, 2005 Market Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Free speech lives here with Kale & Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time. Zelina Zito here with his brand new book about Butler just about a year ago. What was it, July 12th? Talking about how close she was, the chaos, the shooting. I don't know if she'll say anything more in the book about Crooks, the shooter. She has a lot to say about Trump, God. Trump saying, sorry, I didn't do the interview, calling her multiple times. I wonder how many calls Trump makes in an average day. How many phone conversations is he in? I think it could be over and under at 50. I know that's hard to believe and still doing the presidency. I just think he has a list, and he goes through it each week, no matter how many hours it takes. All right, 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all you have to do is just push pound 1210. The 2026 narrative and maybe 2028 narrative of the elections, in case I forget it, the Democrats are using is, well, Trump is not going to allow another election. So they're going to use that in 2026, saying that if Republicans are not kicked out of office, then they will just not allow elections in the future. They're just going to stay there. They're ratcheting that up. They're trying that out around the clock. And ask Jeff Andrew, who's here today, about the governor's race in Jersey. NJ.com, they say they believe, well, yeah, the polling, it's early, but Jack Ciattarelli's down by 20 points. Then they go on to say, well, maybe that's not the case for a lot of reasons. Matt Rooney has it right at SaveJersey.com. Democrats are panicking. They're going to spend upwards of $30 million now in the middle of the summer to try to make you believe that Mikey Sherrill is all the things that she's not. I see that as a panic move. Usually that's money spent toward the last 2 weeks or something like that. They're spending tens of millions now. They get it. This is a bad candidate. Chitterelli's got the momentum, and they could put up all the phony polling they want. And the secret weapon. We got Scott Presler in Jersey. That's got to count for something. All right, 855-839-1210. Let me go to Donna in Delaware County on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Donna, good afternoon.
Hi, Dom.
Hi, Donna.
This is a great category, and I had to call.
Thank you.
My brother was in. You're welcome. My brother was in the audience for the debut of a song that I think is one of the all-time greats. It was debuted by Liza Minnelli, and he said she electrified the crowd with New York, New York.
Well, it is a great song. I would agree with you, but New Yorker, those New Yorkers, Donna. Oh, man.
But you know what? After 9/11, I think it became America's song.
It is. And Liza Minnelli doing it, that is a very good choice. Thank you, Donna. All right. Henry's grumbling in there because of the New York thing. It's hard. But
it's a tough start to the side question of the New York answer.
Yeah, I mean, a New York answer. I would say that Sinatra singing about if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere is great. But Liza Minnelli, good choice to do that. Not in love with the New York state of mind thing. But New York, right out of the box. What's next? A Cowboys answer? Hit us with that great reveal. Donna got it, though. That was spot on. Phil in Delaware on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Phil, what do you have today?
Hey, good morning. Good hearing you again.
Well, thank you, Phil.
It's interesting. It's got to be 30-some years since I got my first phone that was portable. I mean, I've had many cell phones since, but the installed phone, and I think back that they say hands-free driving today. Back then, it was just like you had no choice. And people wanting to be impressed so much, they would cut off their handsets at home and ride around like they had a car phone.
That is a great one. Thank you, Phil. Yeah, I mean, we always want to trust in people. And, after millions of dollars, it's pretty hard to have something that nobody else has or few people have today. That's a great society when, all right, they may not have exactly the platinum version of it, but who doesn't have a cell phone, to his point, or back then a car phone? It was like a bat phone. Yeah, that is, the call was very good too. All right, we are looking for the great reveal of something coming off the first reading of the Declaration of Independence happened yesterday. They reenacted it, by the way. It looked pretty good, the manner in which they reenacted it. I always like stuff like that. All right, Zelina Zito, the Great Revolt. She called the 2016 race, saw it before anybody else. She was at Butler. She had an interview scheduled with the president that didn't come off. He was shot, and he kept on apologizing. And I'll ask her the quote of what she said to the president. Are you blanking kidding me? With all due respect, Mr. President, you were just shot. No apologies necessary. In a lot of ways, this is really the best of Trump. Behind the scenes, right there when it was happening. And I'll ask her about the ongoing campaign, what happened next. I'm sure she has a thought on the governor's race here with Muser dropping out. And I really like Stacey Garrity. Anybody but the Mastro. I'm telling you this, if the Mastro is the nominee, we are never, over the next, pick the number of years, going to have a shot at anything in Pennsylvania. He will decimate. He's the Grim Reaper. So if you still, Dom, why are you so, I still have people saying to me, what? Dom's going after Mastro. He's nuts. Give me a break. Zelina Zito, next here on Talk Radio 1210.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com. Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, HIMS can help. Through HIMS.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group. A flood watch is in effect once again today across the Delaware Valley. It'll be partly sunny, hot and humid with a chance for some late-day strong to severe storms with a high 91. Tonight, mostly cloudy, shower and storm chances continue with a low 74. For Thursday, cooler, mostly cloudy, still the chance for a few showers with a high 84. The Acura Summer of Performance event is going on now at Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Westchester, and Reading. Visit piazzaacura.com for special lease offers on all new ADX, RDX, MDX, and more.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, time to Giordano show. Who had a better crystal ball on the ground, writing from somewhere, not nowhere? 2016, the Great Revolt, Selena Zito. And since then, chronicling Trump. Trump, I believe she has it in the current book, just out yesterday. The author of Butler, the untold story of the near assassination of Donald Trump and winning America's heart, the winning of America's heartland. And Selena is the person who, as I said many times over the years when we talk with her, even Trump says in this book, knows Trump better than Trump knows himself and knows MAGA, or whatever you want to call it, better than even Trump. Let's go to Zelina Zito on Talk Radio 1210. Zelina, great book, maybe on the level of the Great Revolt, which is hard to do.
Oh, well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That was one heck of an introduction. I really appreciate
Well,
it.
all true. Every time that we have you on here over the years, you saw. Did you coin the phrase "take Trump seriously, but not literally," or you kind of identified with it?
Yes.
I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
that's exactly what it is. So you are 4 feet away. You do a great job of describing the entire scene. One thing I wanted to ask you, I'm the anti-conspiracy theorist, but since you really delved into this and you were there, it did seem to be incredibly chaotic. Any thoughts on the shooter at this point? Do you see any trail? Because there are a lot of stories, a book about the Biden campaign. Pretty good reporters talk about how relentlessly the Iranians, maybe even shooting down the president's plane, there were decoy planes. Selena, anything on the shooter in your book?
You know, there's not much on the shooter, and certainly that's not from a lack of trying.
Mm-hmm.
However, I don't think that's going to remain the case. I don't believe that under the Biden administration that this was robustly looked into and taken care of. But I do know that it has been since the Trump administration takes over.
You have a great quote of yourself.
That doesn't mean,
yeah. You have a great quote of yourself.
It doesn't mean any of things.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have a great quote of yourself of what you said to the president with the F-bomb in there, with all due respect, Mr. President, because Trump, and my experience with him, I could see this, that he would do it. Selena, that interview. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm only shot in the ear.
Yeah, he calls me first thing in the morning the next day, and people will find out my close proximity, why I was there, why he chooses Butler. He calls me first thing in the morning the next day, and he says, Selena, are you okay? Is your daughter okay? Because my daughter is a photojournalist, and I'm so sorry that we didn't get to do that interview. And I was just so taken aback about the selflessness in that moment, and also, you know, worrying about my feelings being hurt because I didn't get an interview. And so I said, are you bleeping kidding me? I mean, you just got shot, sir. And then I was mortified. And he could tell because I got really quiet, and I'm never quiet. And he said, all right, Selena. I'm like, so, you know, he would go on to call me 7 times that day.
Wow.
Very powerful, very emotional interviews. And people will read those and just be able to see a very different side, a very changed man, and a man on a mission and a purpose, understanding the purposefulness of life, understanding God being there in that moment. And it is something not only that continued throughout that campaign, but it has continued since the day he was sworn in. What happened in Butler is what the direct result of what we see every day in the robustness that he takes on this job. This is not 2017. This is a very different year.
Couldn't agree more. People think it was staggering then, but it's more focused, even though, you know, Trump has a different focus that you get. Exactly. Selena, you talk, I'm not sure if it's in the book, because I read a column too preparing here. You talk about McDonald's, though, in a great way. And we went back and revisited McDonald's in Bucks County and the comparison of the joy that Trump had, the fun of doing that, versus the forced joy of Vice President Harris.
Yeah, so the Harris campaign needed the reporters to say everything was joyful.
Right.
Where all you had to do was follow this campaign in a very granular level, and you could see it was naturally joyful. They were having fun. People that were moving towards voting for him were having fun. They saw the joy in American life in a way that you cannot fake, right? In a way that is spits in the eye of conventional wisdom. You know, Donald Trump has always been the ultimate disruptor, right? And I'm not just talking about politics. It's also how he was a businessman. Look, he was a guy from the outer borough. And if you understand anything about the hierarchy about rich people in New York, you have to be in Manhattan to be accepted. You have to have old money to be accepted. And he disrupted the system. Then he disrupted Hollywood with how he took on those shows that he had, and he disrupted American politics because he understood that the elite in all of those entities, whether it was corporations, the legacy media, or Hollywood, or whatever the case may be, institutions, academia, he understood that they were run by people that were very different than the people that buy their products, the people that send their kids off to their school, the people that are covered by the media.
Yeah, it is amazing. Someone born into money, although different, and always has pretty much had money, has that kind of connection and touch. It's very rare. Selena, give me a nugget in here because there's a lot untold, and I'll let you tell us what's one of the biggest things you think that hasn't been emphasized that you found out in doing this?
So it is this moment that it's the last conversation where I had with him that day, and he and I revisited again 2 weeks ago. That it has profoundly played in American politics in a nuance, in a way that the people don't even though they're experiencing it, don't understand, but they will see it when they read the book. And that is, I asked him, Mr. President, why did you say fight, fight, fight? And he said, well, Selena, I was not Donald Trump in that moment. I was representing everything strong about this country, everything resilient, the grit, the exceptionalism. I had a duty and obligation as a man who has been president and as a man who might be president again to show the country that we are strong, we are resilient, nothing is going to take us down, and we are permanent. And in that moment, he said, I understood. Also, there were people there that had I not done that, they would have panicked. Said, and I understood there were people watching that had I not done that, they would have panicked. And it was not about me. It was about projecting the strengths and the resiliency of America.
When reading
and you
this,
see that every day in him.
Yeah, when reading this book, I'm so glad that you did it because to me, news events took away that we had someone shot, transformed, and did that iconic moment. I think Biden dropping out and the media trying to distance. I mean, when have we ever had a president shot and hit in a manner like this? You would have thought that would have carried through the entire campaign. And basically, I had people calling me. We were in Gettysburg when it happened, saying, "Well, that's the presidential race. This is over now." And I don't think it had. Right. I don't think it had staying power, though, Selena. I don't think that is what did it, because Biden dropping out, et cetera, and the media not wanting to have it have staying power. But your book freeze frames that for us now, that moment in the way that you just talked about it.
Yeah, and it also, not only did it change the campaign, but in that moment it changed forever how people view my profession, because it was right before their eyes that they saw a president being shot, and it was right before their eyes that they saw that the president, that the press said, "Oh, he was just hit from shrapnel from the
exactly
from the teleprompter, and he was just injured at an incident." And they questioned it not for days but for weeks, and it became a very pivotal moment for my profession, and I talk about that in the last chapter of the book. It became a very pivotal moment for my profession, because even people that weren't particularly Trump fans or were on the fence said, "Oh my God, this is what he's been talking about. Look at this. Look at this. He's been shot." There's no intellectual curiosity to get behind the meaning of the person that he's been shot. They just want us to focus on shiny little objects.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
And it galvanized and change the American electorate. And that's why this book is so important, because I'm chronicling it the entire time. I'm saying you all, meaning my profession, are not getting this at all. You don't know what happened. You keep writing what you want to happen, but that's not what is happening in America.
Without a doubt, you've been there right from the beginning. While we have you here today, Zelina, the governor's race, big turn. I don't know about you. You're closer to it potentially. Dan Muser, who had the soft endorsement of Trump, dropping out. I really like Stacey Garrity. Done a lot of interviews with her, a lot of stuff. Tell me what you think's happening here, and is the governor's race a chance against somebody like Shapiro?
It's going to be tough. I'm going to be very honest. It's going to be very tough to beat Josh Shapiro. And a lot of that has to do with money, but a lot of that also has to do with Shapiro is a very talented political athlete. And he understands the importance of not just bringing money home to the big cities, but he also understands the importance of bringing it to suburban and rural areas. And that's his superpower, right? The challenge for Republicans is, dear God in heaven, do not nominate Mastriano.
Thank you.
Right?
Thank you. Zelina, you wouldn't believe the heat I got by people saying somebody took over my body when I had him on and called him out. If he were nominated again, we will be set back 20 years this time.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And Stacey Garrity, I will tell you, that girl works.
Yep.
She works hard, and she's a very, very good communicator. Whether she decides to run or not is irrelevant. We have to give kudos to Garrity. She's very talented. I don't, and if Shapiro wins, I don't think people would say, oh, the Republicans, they're lost in the state forever. No, this is more red than blue state. Shapiro's just very, very smart in the way that he governs. And you cannot take that away from him, whether you like him or not. You cannot take that talent.
Right.
The Republicans have a great bench. I mean, Dave Sunday, oh my goodness. What a talented
he's out of central
young man.
casting. He looks good, and he is doing great.
Yeah, I think there are other people, with Muser out. I don't know that Garrity wants to do it. I don't know that she doesn't want to do it. But I do know that the only person that shouldn't do it is Mastriano. I mean, if there's, and it could be an outsider, could be a business person. Right? I don't think we know yet. So I don't think there's any reason for doom and gloom.
No, not at all. Are you doing book appearances? Or are you going to be anywhere in the area with the book?
I will, and I will let you know when that date has been finalized and we can get together.
Absolutely. We'd love to have you in studio, host you. And Zelina, are the media too, are people... big interviews. I mean, this is a big deal. You have insight to a different side of Trump. Even if they wanted to debate you, are the CNNs of the world and all, are they covering the book?
Well, I'm on today with Jake Tapper.
Oh, boy. Okay.
And
don't say hello from me. We had a falling out over there.
And I think I'm doing another show on CNN, and I've done Fox, but the networks have absolutely no interest in me.
God, it is such a riveting stand. They don't have to fully agree with you on a change Trump or whatever, but nobody has this in this book. Again, the highest compliment I can give. I thought I knew a lot about this until I saw the detail you have in the book. Your sense of Trump is second to none.
Thank you so much. I hope people enjoy the book. And if you get it, please, hit me up on Twitter at Zito Selena and let me know what you think. I would love to hear from you.
Absolutely. All right. We're waiting till you come to the area, Zelina. Thank you as always. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Zelina Zito, the author of the book, Butler, The Untold Story of the Near Assassination of Donald Trump and the Fight to Win America's Heartland. 855-839-1210. You get on board. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. You push pound 1210. Interesting stuff that she said about the governor's race. I really like Stacey Garrity in this, and I think there's a reasonable shot with Muser dropping out, which really surprised me. Garrity needs name recognition in this area, though. I don't think people know her. Shapiro can be beaten. I would agree. You know, this guy is the chameleon. He and I have had many showdowns over the course of the last 20 years or so. So he is it's going to be an interesting race. And this fairness in women's sports thing, one of the reasons the Democrats don't want it to come for a vote, they don't want old Josh to have to say yay or nay on it. Would he really veto it? Then we're off to the races here. He knows that. Phone lines, 855-839-1210. Let's talk first, though, about our buddies at N3 Oceanic. Get ready for a gift from Rescue Natural Supplements. It's their Christmas in July sale. That's right. The season of giving is making a summer comeback with huge savings. That means all health supplements will be slashed up to 50, 60, even 73% off site-wide. Treat yourself with savings on heart-healthy omega-3s, natural energy boosters, soothing digestive aids, and so much more. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE. 800-262-5483. You'll speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Again, don't miss Rescue's Christmas in July sale. Shop savings up to 73% off natural solutions from blood pressure and cholesterol to energy and sleep. Rescue's got you covered. Stock up for summer. Unwrap the joy of a healthier you. And you do all that at res-q.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Are you a Philly entrepreneur? Do you run one of the fastest growing companies in the region? Do you want to benefit by being part of the Philadelphia 100 Awards and join other winners who have been recognized by this 35-year-old organization? Free applications are now open at philly100.org.
Apply now to be highlighted as one of the fastest growing companies in the Philly region. Join us in the fall when award winners are recognized. Register today at philly100.org. That's philly100.org.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, all I can tell you is get that book. We'll have Zelina Zito back. Let me go to Judy in Summerdale. She's got a great one, and we got to get out there, a public reveal. Judy, what's yours?
Mine is when Bruce Jenner came out as Caitlyn.
Yes. And Henry, what was the magazine cover or whatever you're referencing?
Oh, man, was it Vogue? It was one of those magazines.
Vogue or something,
yeah, like,
yes.
It was like Meet Caitlyn. And it was like,
yeah,
everyone was like, whoa, man.
Yes, that is a really good one, Jude. That is a public reveal. All right, coming up, we're going to speak with Representative Barbara Glenn, Republican, I think, Cumberland, one of those counties out there in Pennsylvania, who doggedly is trying to get something that 85% of Pennsylvanians, maybe more, want. No males in female sports. What do Democrats do? Oh, yeah? Well, we're not going to hold it in the Education Committee anymore so that you can get it out of that. We're now putting it in, I believe, the Health Committee. Then you got to wait 15 days to do a discharge again. How long can they do this before the media says, are you kidding me? She's next here on Talk Radio 1210.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit, see if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch. No overdraft fees, no annual fees. And you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text CARD to 323232. That's CARD to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Come into Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram for Employee Pricing Plus, where everyone pays what employees pay. It might as well be Christmas in July. Right now, you can lease a new 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport 4xE for only $289 a month for 24 months. Or check out a new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn and lease for $459 a month for 42 months. So hurry in. These offers won't last long. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at TriCountyCDJR.com to see more.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. The Joe Conklin event, if you have a chance, with the City Rhythm Orchestra. Wow, that's Philadelphia. That's Philadelphia sports. Just the number of cues, the number of voices, the number of songs. An incredible night. And the Conklin family, just amazed how many of them perform.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School Friday, July 11th, and the Ocean City Music Pier Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for One Donation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Save with Window Nation's best deal yet. Get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest until 2030. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com before July 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time, and this is an issue that was proven in the last presidential campaign. We believe the Trump people spent $40 million on it. I would have spent $200 million on it. Particularly, not just the whole transgender and bathrooms and all that stuff in schools. I'm talking the field of sports. When you tell people you have a party doing what the Democrats did yesterday to avoid a reckoning, a vote on this, they want to know how can they get involved to defeating this. That's what happened with Kamala Harris. Will it happen to Democrats here in Pennsylvania? Joining us is Representative Barb Gleim from Cumberland County, I believe, PA House District 199. Rep, welcome back. Thank you very much for joining us. Thanks for what you did, what you have been doing for quite a while on this.
Yes, thanks for having me.
I think we spoke about it before. So as I understand it, in the last time for listeners, the reason Democrats fear this so much, when this came up before, any number of Democrats, and I believe it would be more now in the House, voted to say, yeah, we got to keep males out of female sports. Governor Wolf vetoed it at that point. So what is different this time where they won't even allow it to come up for a vote?
Well, it's different this time because now it's an 80-20 issue.
Right.
And they know that their constituencies are, pushing for this. They want to see, women have their own category and women to remain safe and have their privacy in their private, spaces. So it is a big issue. And they don't want to have to put up a vote on it, even though, which is interesting, it was bipartisan coming out of the Senate.
Sure. Well, I also think, though, they know the big guy, Josh Shapiro, even though he's on their side on this, is he publicly want to veto it at this point in history?
Well, I don't know if he wants to or not. I don't know. I don't understand it, to be honest, Dom. I mean, this is such a common sense issue.
Mm-hmm.
And so if he wants to make it, that he's part of the 20%, then of course he doesn't want to have to vote on it. So he's, telling, I guess, his House members just stall on this. They're just going to keep, passing it around committee after committee.
Now, can they? Is there any remedy for listeners to understand how bizarre this is? And this guy, I talked with one of your colleagues, Henry. I don't remember who it was we had on at that point. It was one of your colleagues involved in this, where this guy on the other side, who was the chairman of said committee, harasses a bunch of female athletes that were there, and tells them, "Hey, I don't know what you're doing here. I'm just." He walks up to them and tells them that. What in the world's going on? Female athletes, girls there, seeing how a law is made, and this guy really told them how a law is made.
Well, Tom, it was even worse. They were his constituents.
Oh, God.
And he's the chairman of
Yes.
education
Wow.
in the House. And they were standing there during a press conference that the Senate was having on this bill.
Right.
And he walked up to his own constituents who were girl athletes and said, "There's no way this is going to get out of my committee."
Yeah. Stunning. So for listeners, what they've done now, they've transferred it to the Health Committee?
Yeah, so what we did was under one of our rules in the House Rule 53, I initiated a discharge resolution.
Right.
A discharge resolution is when a bill is in committee being stalled for over 15 legislative voting days, and it had already surpassed that. So we did the discharge resolution. And then the next day you notice your intent, which is what we did. We said in the next 2 voting days we're going to be bringing up this bill for a vote out, and it lifts it up out of committee and puts it on the House floor. Well, they didn't want to do that, so they lifted the bill up and immediately re-referred it from the Education Committee over to Health. So today it's in Health.
So now we have what you've said, the rule, the 15 and all that.
Yep.
Can they how many committees? How long can they do that?
Yeah, in perpetuity.
Wow.
Yeah,
So-
they can just keep passing it around. But, I mean, there are other bills out there. We can just keep introducing bills into Education Committee as well and have them keep voting no.
Yeah. The thing here is this is shameful on the part of the media. I'm not sure the coverage where you are in other parts of the state, but like the Inquirer and others, they're not underlining how outrageous this is that we can't just get a vote on this.
Right, and also they're violating federal law now.
Yeah, right.
And so, like, Trump has an executive order, and I keep trying to tell them, and the media needs to pick up on this. If you don't do this, we are risking, losing our federal funding.
Well, that's what has to happen. That's the only thing with these people, I think, that will bring it to a head. Are you a former college? We talked to Martina, of course, a lot, former college athlete. Is that why you got involved in this?
Sure. Yeah, I was a high school athlete, and then I did play in college. Of course, I'm a lot older, so I actually went through that whole Title IX transition. So I played soccer at Maryland when it was club, and they didn't have a team yet. And then through the fighting aspect of that, they finally made it a women's sport, an NCAA women's sport. So I experienced it, and that's one of the reasons why I got involved. But the Senate, they were athletes as well. The women that are introducing Senate Bill 9 are athletes too. So it's on both sides. I have House Bill 158. They have Senate Bill 9.
Katie Muth, and I wanted to ask you, maybe some of these females on the Democrat side speak to you and go, what are we going to do? We're in agreement with you. Katie Muth, who is out in Chester County, and we have her on yesterday, of course not, cited a Nature study that said that when people like you bring up bills like this, first of all, it's state-sanctioned bullying, and trans suicides go up when stuff like this happens.
I have not seen that study at all.
Mm-hmm.
And if you talk about state-sanctioned bullying, what about the 98% of the women who have to go into a locker room and be exposed to men's genitalia?
Right.
I mean, that is harassment. That's bullying. That is just not right at all to put these young women in that type of situation. And if you listen to these stories by these women, it definitely is happening. And then, talk about bullying. What about all the women out there that got hurt physically? Right? And from having to play against a male who is larger, bigger, stronger, and then losing their opportunities. And what about the mental aspect of this for all of those women who fought their whole lives to get to where they are, only to have it being taken away? We're going to talk about some of this in health.
Okay. Representative, how about do female colleagues, Democrats, some of them, off the record say, look, we know this. And if they do, what are they afraid of other than the speaker and the power there? Is it they're afraid that the trans activist groups are very strong, or do they really believe this stuff, that you're doing something that's bullying or whatever we want to call it?
Yeah, I mean, it passed out before, just like you said, in a bipartisan manner. This was back in 2021. So we do have colleagues on the other side that are for this bill, which is the other reason they don't want to bring it up, because it will pass. And they do say to me, I don't believe that women should be playing against men in their own female category. So, and I don't think they're afraid of that. I think they're just afraid that their own leadership will come down on them. So they really do worry about that.
Well, whenever we have a shot with the various Trump people we talk with, we tell them they're going to have a reckoning in some spot with the money on this. They are violating the law, and they're blatantly shuffling it around not to have a vote. That's probably, I know you'll keep at it. Is it possible to ever get a vote on it? Or are there so many? Would they really, who knows, go to 10 different committees? Would they really play that kind of game?
Oh, I think they would, for sure, under this governor. However, you saw what happened with UPenn.
Right.
Is that the Trump administration held off their dollars. They finally came to the table and acquiesced and did the right thing. And I'm very thankful and grateful that they did that. And so using that as an example, all of the rest of, the school entities ought to be doing the exact same thing.
Sure. A parting area, the budget, it doesn't seem to be acrimonious. Although on things like SEPTA, I'm here and I'm on a TV show where everybody else in the world doom and gloom, and they blame people like you from other parts of the state. Barb, why don't you get SEPTA? Why don't you spend whatever Shapiro tells you to spend for SEPTA?
Because, Dom, there's already money in the transportation budget for SEPTA. Okay. There's like $1.4 billion in a transportation fund that they could pull out of. Just so you know, I mean, Representative Grove actually spoke about this on the House floor. And he said, here's the money. It's there. Why aren't you using the money that's in that fund to pay for SEPTA? The Senate is going to be negotiating with the governor on this. I think that it's just a talking point at this point, and we'll see. But we don't have the revenue right now. So that's what's keeping us from actually having a budget.
Well, and one of your colleagues, and I'm hypersensitive to this, actually talks about sales tax on things. And I get it. There's some weirdo things like, I think with a fast food place, if you drive up, I think it's taxed. If you come in, it's not taxed. But we shouldn't be, trying to concede any of these exemptions from sales taxes unless it's really egregious. Anything grocery, any kind of food, give us a break. Come on.
Well, we need to start operating at the state level like we do at home.
Right.
You don't just keep spending and saying, oh, I want a pool, I want a car, I want this, and your revenues and what you get as a paycheck stays the same. And that's what's happening in our state. We shouldn't be, doing anything except controlling our expenses.
Exactly. Well, thank you. Anytime, you're welcome here as this continues. Thank you for what you're doing.
Yep. Thanks, Dom.
Representative Barb Gleim here on Talk Radio 1210. This guy, Joe Pittman, he's the head in the House of the Republicans there, the minority leader, whatever. It dawns on him. I have the article right here. Prices on certain goods and services could rise as Pennsylvania lawmakers consider axing some sales tax exemptions. Hey, Joe, if we get you on the show, I've made this point over the years. This is one of the big powers of these guys, and it's hard to stop them. They give certain industries a sales tax break and others not. I think if you go into a fast food place, there's no sales tax. It might be the other way around. That's crazy. You're getting the same food. But this guy's saying, well, maybe there's some of these we can get rid of. No, meaning you'd have to pay sales tax on a bunch more stuff. No, stop this guy. Republicans do not give in on this. Even if there's some things in there I don't like, they got this break and all, I try to fight every day for more and more and more, inch by inch by inch, to take away taxation. Even if I don't benefit, even if it's a small thing and all. Fight them. Don't say, oh, I don't benefit by that, I'm against it. No, join in, celebrate that. And let's get one for you. No tax on tips. Bitterly fighting that, Democrats. This guy's a Republican. Oh, yeah, well, we're taking a look at that. I'm open to it. Henry, you and I talk after. This guy Pittman, I only had him on once. I don't care if it's a Republican. I get more of a lather around this. Mm-hmm. Did you ever happen to see or notice what you pay sales taxes on and what you don't? It's crazy.
No, I've never actually taken stock.
Yeah, I mean, if you Google the page, they have all this stuff on. It's all deals. It's all kind of stuff. But I remember the fast food thing. I mean, it ought to be a sales tax or not. I would say not. I don't want any sales tax.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, I don't understand why we have a sales tax on anything. And is it Delaware that doesn't have a sales tax on anything? We're always saying, you want a refrigerator and a car, put the refrigerator on top of it, drive out of Delaware. It's sales tax free.
I did that probably 6 months ago with my dad. Went and got a new oven.
And where did you put it? On the top of the car?
No, we slid it in the back. Put all the seats down, slid it in the back.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Make that 2 ovens. There's no sales tax. All right, 855-839-1210. Come on, Republicans, Joe Pitt. Yeah, we're open to this. And you know what they're hung up on? What they're going to do with skilled games of chance in gas stations and all. This is what they're reduced to. Not school choice, not going after Shapiro. You heard Selena Zito. I agree with her. Shapiro's not going to be easy to beat, but he can be beaten. And I think someone like Stacey Garrity can do it. All right, phone lines. Get in on the side question. Everything else in play. We're going to talk with Jeff Van Drew at 1:30. Here's your chance. Yeah, Peter Schweizer, whatever. Running up to female athletes there. Schweier. Running up to female athletes there. We had on the woman who was leading it on the Senate side. And she goes, oh, yeah, he came up powering and all. Hey, it doesn't matter. What are you doing here? I'm not going to bring it up. This is their arrogance. And they get away with it because people at the Inquirer and these other places are in the tank. To the people at the Inquirer and the various news outlets in Pennsylvania, do they not agree this ought to be voted on? Even if they hate it, why would this bill, of all bills, not be voted on? We gave you the reasons why. They know what will happen with this, and they don't like it, and they're afraid. And Governor Shapiro is leading it. He doesn't know what to do. He's running for president. Which way would he go on this? I dare him to veto it if it gets through. 855-839-1210. By the way, Joe Biden's former doctor invokes the Fifth Amendment in a probe on Biden. What is the all-time best Fifth Amendment scene? I'd have to say is it in Godfather 2? I'm trying to remember who invokes the Fifth Amendment. I like it when they invoke the Fifth Amendment, and then you ask them their name, and they say, I take a Fifth Amendment, it might incriminate, and it starts on, and people start getting crazy. How dare you take the Fifth Amendment? Henry, if you can find it, I think it's Frankie Pantangelo.
Yeah.
Does he take the Fifth Amendment early on? He's talking a lot. He's more people here than at a ball game and all.
Yeah.
Then he reneges on it.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's Michael that takes the Fifth Amendment.
Is it?
Yeah, I think Michael does. And then Tom Hagen jumps up and yells, and he served in the military. He killed people for us. Yeah. Somebody, that's one. Andrew, do you have one, a Fifth Amendment that you remember?
Not particularly, but The Godfather's obviously a classic one.
Yeah, that's the one. Okay, it's 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Wawa has apparently selected Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation as the winner of the Wawa Foundation Hero Award, where they present FBBCF with their award and a $50,000 grant. Let's give it up for this audience and Families Behind the Badge.
As you say, Nick, that's the power of 1210.
That is correct, sir. That is the power.
This is what it's all about, being a local radio station.
See what the power of 1210 can do.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
When you need to know. Depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
The blue-collar workers' strike is over. The city and DC 33 have reached a new 3-year deal. Last night's storms triggered several tornado warnings, but the National Weather Service says no tornadoes touched down. And there's a new networking opportunity this weekend for local artists to turn their work into cash.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Veneria is and has been my dentist also. And doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
They say no two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app with over 16 million subscriptions sold? Well, we thought of you. All of you. Take Sierra. She's an artist and absolutely a visual learner. She's doing a deep dive into our Babbel wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Malcolm is very much a type A, say it to my face, listening learner. So he checks with Babbel's speech recognition to make sure that accent?
Precio.
Keith's a real people person and a curious learner, so he loves Babbel's Culture Bites, full of insights and native knowledge about the language he's learning. Like what's served for Christmas dinner in Germany?
Glühwein, Weihnachtsgans und Christmasstollen.
Wherever you are, however you learn, Babbel is the best choice to break any language barrier. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, it is Dom time. By the way, the guy that got the nomination, Democrat side, Mamdani, new photo has surfaced of him June 17, 2020, giving the finger, like a giant finger he puts out on the social media post, to the Columbus statue. That's what you want to do in New York.
If I'm not mistaken, too, in that picture, is he also wearing medical gloves?
Yes. So he had to put the medical glove on to make the finger even more, I'm giving you the finger. Ugh. So in a follow-up post, he ran a poll asking who should replace Columbus if the statue were removed. Among the options, Walter Adizio, who was a communist partisan who executed Mussolini, and Sacco and Vincente, who were anarchists and communists executed in 1927. Sacco and Vincente won to replace Columbus. At least he put up a poll here in Philadelphia. We didn't have that with Columbus. He just got put in a box, which we got him out of. And I'm telling you, I think in the near future, at some point, the Frank Rizzo statue is going to be released from captivity. I don't know when yet, but we'll be on it, and I believe it's happening. So keep tuned for that. When it does, I think there's a good chance you'll want to know about, because I think there'll be a big celebration of that. Would it be near Columbus? I think that'd be a good spot. But Sacco and Vincente. Oh, Tony Bennett, he considered too. But Tony Bennett wasn't picked instead of Columbus. My goodness. All right, Missy, I think, has got a famous Fifth Amendment in Northeast Philly. Hey, Missy, afternoon to you.
Hi.
Hi.
Do we remember Oliver North taking the Fifth at least 40 times in the Iran?
Yes, yeah, that's right. Oliver North take it, particularly when they start to get tired of saying the same language around the Fifth Amendment. And look, it is part of the Constitution. But after a certain point, and Missy, I referenced it, if you didn't hear it, that the Biden physician cited the Fifth Amendment refusing to testify to questions like, were you ever told you had to lie about the medical condition of Biden? And here's the thing. Are Republicans now going to have the gumption to push this, that we actually, for once, get to the bottom of this?
I hope so.
Yeah. Oliver North is exactly what happened. Yeah, the personal physician testified or refused to testify under the Fifth Amendment, and he has a right to do that. But it doesn't mean you just go, Fifth Amendment, buddy, get out of my face. No, there still could be repercussions. What are we to believe that you can't say, no, I was never told to lie. Are you kidding me? I gave my honest medical advice that Joe Biden was fit to serve and all that stuff. Really? Let's take a look here. So that's happened today. What will Republicans do? I know people get upset that they like what Trump would do. The Republicans in Congress have the ability to go after this guy now. Why are we going after something that happened before? Because it's still unresolved. Because this is, and it still gets at these pardons and a bunch of other things. It gets at the auto pen. It gets at Dr. Jill Biden. I would subpoena Dr. Jill Biden. I'd love to hear it. All right, Robert in Bensalem's next on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert.
Hey, Dom, Henry, it's good to talk to you guys today. Real quick, Dom, Michael did not take the Fifth Amendment. He said that he answered the questions truthfully and did not take shelter behind the Fifth Amendment, although it was my right.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
But somebody who did repeatedly was Lois Lerner. And we all remember the IRS.
That's all time, yes.
Yeah, keeping Republicans out of the thing.
Robert, it seems to me if you do it boldly enough and you just stick with it, you got a good chance of getting away with it.
Yeah, well, as long as the media is on your side, you do.
Right.
But if you don't have the media on your side, you don't. I am going to go with, and I also thought it was funny that CNN decided to show that rally live out of all the rallies he had, and Joe Biden was mysteriously at church at the time on a Saturday. There's a whole lot of things there that I don't like at all. But for the great reveal, I think I got something out of the box, Dom, and it is a fictional one.
Yes.
And some explorers and scientists go to an island in the Pacific, and they find a 35-foot tall gorilla, and they go through hell to bring it back. And they decide that they are going to reveal it in the middle of New York City. And as we all know, it didn't go so well. They ended up having to shoot him off the top of the Empire State Building. So that's going to be my reveal for today. Loving the show, and you guys have a great day.
Thank you, Robert. This guy every day. How does something like that occur? That's a pretty good reveal. Here I'm doing the segue, and he's talking about the reveal of King Kong. Can be fictional, if you wish. Definitely. That is a heck of a reveal that did not. A lot of these reveals, they're fun. The ones we remember are, oh, yeah, that wasn't good.
It made me think of one, but I want to save it, see if anyone else gets it.
I'll give you another one, the great reveal failure, because I'm still friendly with them, Geraldo, Al Capone's vault.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, we were supposed to do something with the Eastern State Pen, a broadcast or something, and wanted to know would Geraldo come there because of Al Capone and go through the big failure of Al Capone's vault. I never asked him. It would have been interesting to see if he would do it. Can you imagine? There were a few wine bottles, as I remember, in there, and the audience was just incredible. Anything else, Henry?
No,
Okay.
I was gonna say they
Yeah.
were stunned either way. You open up, there's
Yeah.
nothing. You open it up, there's something.
Yeah,
Either way, you're
exactly.
stunned.
Oh, big audience. Okay, coming up, Jeff Van Drew. We haven't spoken in a while. Want to hit several things with him, including this Biden doctor saying, nope, Fifth Amendment. 855-839-1210. Hit us with that big reveal. Yesterday was the day, the first reading of the Declaration of Independence. First public reading happened yesterday. Wow. 855-839-1210.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Weather sponsored by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com.
Weather sponsored by First Harvest Credit Union.
A flood watch is in effect once again today across the Delaware Valley. It'll be partly sunny, hot and humid with a chance for some late-day strong to severe storms with a high 91. Tonight, mostly cloudy, shower and storm chances continue with a low 74. For Thursday, cooler, mostly cloudy, still the chance for a few showers with a high 84.
Save more and spend with purpose when you open a First Harvest Credit Union growth checking account. Earn as high as 2% annual percentage yield while enjoying flexible access to funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth checking for details. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time. One of our all-time favorites, of course, Congressman Jeff Van Drew. Haven't spoken in a while. Now the dust is settling in a little bit. What do we expect going forward? Let's go to Congressman Jeff Van Drew on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Congressman, welcome back. Thanks for joining us as always.
I appreciate you, Dom. And the dust has settled a little bit. There's so much going on. I don't think it's going to completely settle, but that's good as well.
One thing I wanted to say, your subcommittee are not involved, but you guys are on this. The Biden physician citing patient, client, or patient, doctor, and also I think the Fifth Amendment. What's going to happen with this now? Is this guy just skate free? Oh, well, we can't ask simple questions like, were you told to lie about Biden's condition?
Well, we're going to keep pushing and see where it ends up. And you're right. I'm chairman of the Oversight Subcommittee and Judiciary. This is in the actual Oversight Committee itself. And I applaud them for looking into this. Look, it's, water over the dam. It's done. But we can't forget about it. And I'm going to tell you why. This isn't even to get even or to go after Democrats or any of that. This is dangerous. Exactly. Somebody was running our country. Think about this, Tom. Somebody was running the United States of America, or some people, I think it was an oligarchy, a group of them, that we didn't elect. We don't know who they are. They're faceless. They're nameless. We have ideas who they may be. It is frightening. We've never had this in American history. We've had good presidents, bad presidents, Republicans and Democrats. We've never had somebody running the country and we don't even know who they are. So we really got to bring this out, bring it to light, keep pushing, see what the next step is, go to court as necessary, in my opinion. Just want to know the truth. Want to know the truth because we don't want history to ever repeat itself.
Right, and this gets at the 25th Amendment, which I realize it was well-intentioned, but it is tricky stuff. We've seen instances where they were going to try to use it against Trump. I believe they did. The assistant director of the FBI, they were poised the first time around. Yet, when it came to an obvious thing here, by all accounts now, even Jake Tapper and others admitting it, there was no attempt to do anything.
There's so much, and I mean this sincerely, wrong in what happened in that last administration at so many different levels. And this is just one more. The cover-up. I mean, just think about it. And this wasn't judiciary. Robert Hur, the special counsel, looking into the classified documents, comes to our committee. Think about this, everybody who's listening out there, and says, well, yeah, the President Biden did do, something very wrong. And it wasn't when he was president that he took the classified documents. It was when he was vice president and when he was a U.S. senator, just like me going into a SCIF, which is a secluded area where you look at these things, taking the documents and sneaking them out in my jacket, or God knows how else he did it. You can't imagine that, that it's not defendable. He wasn't the president of the United States when he did this. So there's more latitude for presidents. So the bottom line is really dangerous. Something should have happened to Biden just over that issue among many, many other ones. But her, with a straight face, and I believe he was actually being sincere on this, said, we can't, in one way being sincere, we can't or didn't want to prosecute him, didn't want to indict him because we thought he was such a sympathetic figure. He was this kindly, this was in his words, older gentleman that really didn't basically know what's going on. And I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but
exactly.
Not much.
And he was attacked, even though it was obvious he was right. Let's talk now. The dust settled a little bit. Boy, it had to be incredible, the big, beautiful bill, the voting and going through it. So now we're out the other side. What does Congressman Van Drew think of where we are?
Well, I was there, that day with a group of us. I guess there was about 8 or 10 of us were with the president. And by the way, he's reading. The Oval Office has always been beautiful. But and I'm sorry to digress, but this shows a state of mind. It's actually more important than it may seem at first blush. We had all these amazing portraits and paintings done of great people in past history by great painters and others, and they were like in the basement. They didn't, because the last administration was not proud of anything that was basically substantively American. President Trump has been quite the decorator, to be honest with you. He's brought all
Yes.
these paintings back up. Did you hear the Marco Rubio story? Marco Rubio in the Secretary of State's office had the clock. I mean, Trump's just scouring and making sure that all of these beautiful, all these beautiful things are being brought to light, and we just celebrate and enjoy and love our history. He's done some beautiful gold leaf in there. It's really nice. And by the way, all some private contributions. But anyhow, we were with him. And, again, you know me, Don. I'm going to be very candid. I'm going to say it how it is. Could it be better? Yes. Are the fear mongers trying to make it something that it is not? Absolutely. Nobody's going to get hurt. And your disabled kids aren't going to be hurt. Your senior citizen, those with intellectual disabilities are not going to be hurt. Pregnant mothers and mothers with kids aren't going to be hurt. And even people who are single, able-bodied people that should be working aren't going to get hurt if they just work a little part-time job or improve their education and get online in a computer or volunteer for some kind of a decent organization. That's number one. Everything else is not true. It's false. It's a lie. And there's just no more to it. That's exactly what it is. And they just keep pushing it out there. President Trump was great, though. And you could feel, and I'm not going to speak for him. I'll talk just from Jeff Andrews' point of view. The Senate, a real pain in the ass. I mean, there was things that they could do that they didn't do and things that they did do that they shouldn't have done. At the end of the day, it's still a great bill. We're, farther ahead than we ever could have thought. It's still all good, but the Senate was really difficult dealing with that. And then they do this stuff, and then they take off. They're out of town. They're gone. So either you're passing the bill, which we wanted to do anyhow, and it was good to do. But, I would love to see the Senate do better in the future. They really could. Some of this green energy stuff, which is a farce. I have nothing against renewable energy, but we were trying to claw back some of this wind turbine stuff and some of this other stuff. We don't pay for gas stations. We shouldn't pay for charging stations either,
Yeah, I hear you. Now, the one thing I would advise from afar, and I hear it in your tone too, I agree with you on Medicaid, and you've been on that from the very beginning. We're not going to go overboard on this. I just think a campaign's got to be mounted now, advertising, et cetera, on this, because the media is going to come after you guys. They're looking for anything they can find where someone is, quote, kicked off Medicaid to impugn what is surgical rather than using a hatchet to it.
You, Dom, as usual, understand what's going on. I have been speaking about this. I am concerned, quite frankly, some of my fellow members, good people, but they get in the weeds and they don't realize we've got to get people elected, some of whom won by less than 1,000 votes in a huge congressional district. That's like, 0.1%, some ridiculous numbers out there. We did our first part. Part one, passed the bill. Part two now is selling the bill, telling the truth about the bill, and having an all-out assault. Let me tell you, and I feel strongly about this, it's not that we voted to hurt anybody. We didn't. It is that the Democrats voted for the biggest tax increase in American history. It is that the Democrats voted to keep our borders open. It is that the Democrats voted to do nothing about our air traffic control systems and what's happening at our airports. It is that the Democrats voted against helping our military to be strong and sound and to help our Coast Guard. It's all those things. It is that the Democrats voted against tax cuts for people in the service industry, people that get tips. They voted against tax cuts for those that are breaking their back working overtime. They voted against almost 90% of all seniors because Social Security now you're going to have this $6,000 write-off per person, $12,000 per couple. 88% of those on Social Security are going to be paying no more tax, and others are going to have theirs reduced. It is that they voted against young families because we increased the child tax credit, and they voted against them. I can go on and on. That is what we should be doing now. We should be proudly fighting the fight and shoving it right back at them because they're the ones that voted
we
to do
are
harm.
locked at the hip. I was thinking about you, the conversations that I referenced with Medicaid and how you were trying to use a scalpel on this. That's what we got to hear. I realize it's got to be grueling and all, But the money and the people out there, we got to resell this across the country. I agree with you of what's in here, the money for ICE, the school choice that's in there, and how Democrats, Mazie Hirono, tried to stop American kids and their parents from having a shot at a good school. It's all in there. Wanted to just ask one other question to underline for listeners, too. You know Jersey as well as anybody we can bring on. The polls now are almost criminal, saying that Jack Ciattarelli is 20 points down. Previously, the last time they had him down 26 when he ran against Murphy. What gauge do you get? My gauge is how well Trump did the last time around, name recognition for Ciattarelli, the energy of his campaign. His opponent has made all kinds of mistakes already. I think they're neck and neck. She might be ahead because Jersey's more progressive, but it's very close even at this point.
Dom, once again, you're on point. You know, you do the radio full-time, part-time, you should be a political strategist for some folks because they don't understand all this. Yes, you are absolutely right. There is no way in God's creation that he is that far back. He's not. He just isn't. So you have to know you can do polling any way you want. So when they poll and they just poll sloppily and say they vote, well, likely voters, but they don't check. They don't use a sample pool that somebody voted out of 3 out of the 4 last elections. So they're just voting, you know, they're just getting anybody that will answer the poll. They have, usually when I check these things out, including ones that they've said about me that I was in trouble, which wasn't true, you look at their sample and it's abnormally weighted towards Democrats. So you're absolutely right. Jack Ciattarelli is a very gifted candidate. And quite frankly, I would have supported Bill Spadea too. Jack won. He won square and fair. He won the primary. It is time for everybody to get behind him. And God almighty, New Jersey needs it. We could spend a 1-hour show talking about how screwed up some of these eastern seaboard states are, like New Jersey. Pennsylvania's got its share, too. I don't think it's as bad, but it's really not perfect. May I say one more thing?
Sure, and I just want to ask you one other question, too. Your subcommittee, we always wonder if that's a powerful thing that you're in charge of. What's coming up with your subcommittee and then whatever else you want it?
Well, what we're gonna do a lot of things, but one of the things that's coming up is just how these they're legal technically, not-for-profits have influenced and are attempting to influence elections across the country. So, you know, what I'm trying to show is the system is not what it should be, and what people are reading, hearing, and seeing isn't honest. I know we keep saying it over and over again, but, you know, my wife likes the Channel 6 weather, so she puts the damn thing on. I'm not home that often. It infuriates me. I have to walk out. I don't get mad at her. She doesn't know, but they just don't tell the truth. We are influenced by so many sources. It's so deep. It's so thick. There really is, and I'm not a conspiracy guy. I'm just a guy that had a dental practice for a lot of years. There is a deep state. There's no doubt about it. Now, for people that want to know what's going on, always feel free to get my newsletter. I lay everything out. It's not just pictures of me cutting ribbons. There'll be a little bit of that in there. Also, to get my emails, you just get online and you look at my website, and it's all there, how to get on everything to make sure, because we're sending stuff out and explaining things with the truth each and every day.
All right. So is there a direct, just go to, just Google Jeff Andrew website and we can get this? Because I got to get the newsletter so I can drop in some more things. I will.
Yeah, it's good. And darn it, I don't have it in front of me, but if you call my office and you need more information, they will help you with that to make sure that you get on. I'll warn people that some people got on and then didn't seem to get it because of the way these computer systems are. Sometimes it goes to junk mail or spam. So if you have that problem, you speak to my office. They'll help you with that as well.
Jeff, thank you very much, Congressman. Thank you, as always.
Always my pleasure. You take care, Dom. Bye-bye.
Congressman Jeff Andrew. All right, so get his newsletter. I will, too. Deep State mentioned here. Yeah, but in what universe is Jack Ciattarelli down 20 points to this non-entity on the Democrat side? Come on. All right, we got the side question going on. 855-839-1210. You can get in. And again, I just get a little worried that Republicans are not out there right now beating the bushes to beat off this idea that they decimated Medicaid. It's not true. Jump in. We'll get a line for you on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Bring on the summer heat with huge savings when you replace your old, inefficient windows and doors with my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. If you got drafty windows you've been meaning to replace, then get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. You need new doors? Then Guida's got you covered there as well with 40% off all high-quality entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, start your project with no money out of pocket and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. Do not let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires July 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit, see if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch. No overdraft fees, no annual fees. And you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow. I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text card to 323232. That's card to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
At California Psychics, we know that sometimes you can wake up thinking,
I don't know if I'm in the right career. Ew. Or the right relationship.
But whatever your life dilemma, at California Psychics, we'll give you the guidance you need to feel certain about your life choices. And because we only connect you with the very best, we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. California Psychics. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com today for limited time offers.
Free speech lives here.
The Dom Giordano program.
On Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
All right, good stuff from Congressman Jeff Van Drew. Dom time. Let's go to Joe in Columbus, New Jersey. Joe, good afternoon.
Dom, I find what Selena Zito explained the fight to be incredible.
Oh, yeah. The book is great, Joe. She gets it. Trump is right. She gets Trump more than Trump and MAGA. And she's just a unique journalist.
But it's amazing to think the moment the guy, even before he sprung up, he was thinking of other people and what their fears and, and panic would be. That's amazing. That is amazing. Instantly.
Well,
also,
particularly, Joe, you're shot and your shoes are off. I'd be looking for my shoes, too.
There's a lot. Tom, there's a lot to account for at that point, but not the extraneous.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't. The guy's got to be half psychotic not to be fearful.
Yeah.
Tom, wasn't the Fifth Amendment implied towards the end of A Few Good Men, where the judge said you don't have to answer that question?
Yes.
Remember when
that's it. Yes. Yeah.
And that's what that's what took Jack Nicholson's pride took over. No, I'll answer it, and that's what did him in.
Oh, yeah, and it's not you can't handle the truth. It's when he says, blank, blank, I did order a code red. Oh.
Yep. And he did not have to answer that. That was great.
Yeah.
Dom, my side answer is, and this goes back to my high school, because thanks to this establishment, I had the best acne you'll ever want to see. It was that recent grand opening and resurrection of that new Roy Rogers restaurant in Cherry Hill. And my buddy actually resurrected an old Yogi Berra statement. It was so crowded. He called me up and says, nobody goes there anymore. It's too crowded. You had to wait for hours to get for just greasy fried fast food.
Yeah, Roy Rogers. Go figure. That is a good one. Thank you, Joe. Thanks for the Yogiisms, the all-time. Nobody like him. And a book written saying Yogi Berra was the most valuable player in baseball history, or the best player in baseball history. That's a little bit over the top, but I hear as a catcher and the stuff that he did, position you don't get that from. By the way, are you in favor, Henry, of robot umpires after the guy missed a couple calls the other night?
Oh, man.
I'm in the camp, though. I don't think he missed him with Kerkering. I would have called that a ball, too.
Oh, really?
A couple of them.
Two of the three, I would at least have called a strike. I could understand, I always get mad when I watch the game and, the ball will be painted on the box on the screen, and then, the announcers would be like, oh, how could he miss that? I'm like, how could he miss it? I mean, it's right there. It's it's quite literally a 50-50 call at that point. I understand if any part of it hits the strike zone, it's a strike, but at the same time, they're human. Yeah. So, but no, he did get hosed, I think, on 2 of those 3 pitches he threw.
But the polling, people want robot umpires now. Oh, God, it's endless. Endless where we're going.
Me and Andrew were just commenting, baseball's kind of lost its soul with some of the things. Talking about how the All-Star break back in the day, everyone was batting 300, on pace for 100-plus RBIs.
Exactly.
And now there's 2 people in baseball who are batting 300. It's crazy.
Are there only 2 people batting 300, literally?
Going to the All-Star game.
Yeah, going to an All-Star game. I mean, there.
Yeah, and this would go again with kind of losing the soul of baseball. There'd be no more framing of pitches from catchers. There'd be no more emphatic calls at the plate. There'd be no
no more.
You
Joe
lose
West,
a little more.
For
the sake of accuracy, it would get better, but at the same time, you're losing a few things.
I think the robot could go crazy too, though, and start calling anything. Go, the robots.
You never know.
That'd be great. All right,
artificial intelligence.
We'll get more on that. We got Steve Feldman in the on deck circle, right? No,
not that I know of. No.
Oh, I thought he was. Coming up.
Let me text him.
Yeah, I thought you had him. I may have miscued that. All right, but we do have the story of the NEA showing their anti-Semitism, and your calls. These are great ones on the Great Reveal. That's coming up on Talk Radio 1210.
Hi, I'm John. This is my wife Lisa, and we have been with Crash Proof since 2021.
I always felt very risky being in the market because if the market crashes, you lose everything you worked your whole life for. With Crash Proof Retirement, In 2024, we earned 14%. In 2025, the market has gone down, but we still didn't lose that interest that we earned in 2024. It gets added to my principal, and that becomes my new principal.
I love it, man. Every year I start with a new high. I have more money than last year, and I have a whole nother year to make more, hopefully, but I guarantee not lose money, and that is what I love. I get to keep all of my money in my system, and we never pay fees. I don't know where you can find that anywhere on this earth, but I found it here, and I'm pretty happy about it.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Your kitchens and bathrooms should be a retreat. Spaces that are as beautiful as they are functional. At Emmons, we customize every detail to fit your style, needs, and budget. From sleek modern updates to timeless classics, we make your dream kitchen or bathroom a reality and offer free interior design services. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or go to callemmons.com and let the Emmons team start designing your perfect space. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-949-1441. That's 800-949-1441. 800-949-1441.
This summer, Hester Chevy of Cherry Hill is bringing you spectacular savings and a great selection. Get a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab, just $43,999. That's over $11,000 in savings. Or finance a new 2025 Chevy Blazer EV or Equinox EV with 0% APR for 60 months. Cherry Hill's trusted Chevy dealer. Online at HesterChevyCH.com. Call 856-406-6397 for details. Together, let's drive.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, let's start a little trouble here. Steve Feldman may join us, Dom Giordano Show. I'm just watching on Twitter during that break, and this is the second one I know of recently. Not sure if they were both in Asbury Park. Footage of this guy just walking on a beach and breaking 911 on Twitter says, beachgoer fortunate to walk away unharmed after being struck by a runaway umbrella in Asbury Park. Completely covers him. There was a lifeguard, I believe, who was impaled and is okay, was able to get through it. But I'm not a fan of the beach umbrella. I've never have been. If you're going to the beach, you're going to the beach. Come on.
Yeah, but it's good to get out of the sun a little bit.
What the heck are you going to the beach for? Is it that?
Well, I mean, if you're out there for hours upon hours, I mean, I get it, you can go in the ocean, but the sun's still baking down
you go in the ocean, you go for a walk. You go up and down. Andrew, you in my camp in the anti-beach umbrella?
We take a beach umbrella. My family does.
Okay.
I don't use it myself.
Okay.
Because I'm usually in the water. My nephew loves being in the water because he's a fish.
Yeah.
And my kids are always running up and down the beach anyway. So it's like, I understand why some people would want to use it. And the other thing, too, it's good to mark your area on the beach, too. Like, if you have all your stuff, it's a place where you can hide it. Because, you know, talking about cell phones earlier, you put your cell phone, you put your technology out of the sun. Kind of keeps it from getting hot.
Piggybacking off of that, too.
So, I mean, it's useful. Maybe not necessarily as an umbrella, but there's ways to get around.
Yeah, like say you're coming down to the beach, but everyone's coming down at all different times.
Right.
You put that umbrella down. Hey, where are you on the beach? Oh, I'm behind the lifeguard stand. I'm in the blue striped umbrella.
I'm the green umbrella coming.
I still think if you want to go to the beach, sit out in the sun. Except, I mean, if you're real fair-skinned, there are probably people listening right now that are.
Oh, totally, yeah.
Then I get it a little bit. But Ro and I were the other day. We were on the beach in Brigantine.
Ooh,
and this guy with this volleyball team there has to instruct these girls in how to take down the tent he put up with and saying, we're representing, you better do this right and all. And we're sitting there, the lecture on the whole. Well, am I going to put up a tent like that? Maybe it's a tent more than a beach umbrella.
Yeah,
I think
it might be. The tent's a little overkill in my opinion.
Rehoboth, in fact, restricted them or banned them 1 year.
Wow.
Yeah, so this is the second impaling, I believe, one impaled, and the other just got dragged down the beach with it hitting him.
Those things are dangerous when
That's
they pick
what
up
I mean.
Speed.
Yeah,
I intercepted one once, like I want to say like 8 or so years ago.
Right.
It was like an old man. He'd lost the umbrella. You could see he was chasing after it, but he wasn't going to catch it. And it kept picking up speed.
The umbrella's picking up speed.
This was and it was like 5 streets down. And I'm like, you know what?
Wow.
That guy lost his umbrella. I'm going to go cut it off.
Good.
Good citizen.
So I started walking.
Did you give a stern lecture, buddy? You shouldn't have an umbrella. You can't control the umbrella. Do we need umbrella licensure?
Well,
licensing, right?
What ended up happening is I'm walking to cut this umbrella off, and I'm like, oh man, this thing's getting fast, and I start jogging a little bit, and then oh no, it's really, really going fast. So I'm sprinting. I'm all out sprinting to cut this thing off at where you would hop on the beach, and I just full on NFL tackle this umbrella into the dunes, and I end up scraping myself really bad and kind of breaking the umbrella. But and the guy walked up. I was like, yeah, sorry, but I got your umbrella still. And that hurt. Yeah. So those things are dangerous, man.
All right, 855-839-1210. You can get in. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. You just push pound 1210. I guess if you have fair skin, I could see that. But my God, the tent thing is a little bit overboard. Okay, the NEA has now banned, and we played you the Becky Pringle, the head of the NEA. They had their annual convention around July 4th. They have banned the Anti-Defamation League from any curriculum saying on the Holocaust. I mean, the Anti-Defamation League on the Holocaust. These people are the enemy. They are not just an adversary. They've also said the whole theme this year and the coming school year is going to be to fight fascism and Trump. That's what they're saying they're fighting. And essentially, the suggestion is that the kids will be the foot soldiers in this movement. And then they misspell in their official documents the word fascism. God, when will there be a reckoning with outfits like these teachers' unions? And again, Randy Weingarten is more subtle. This Becky Pringle woman is a whole lot worse on this. Just amazingly bad. I haven't mentioned Epstein very much today, but what it has set off in MAGA world are all kinds of factions going after each other. And I have a poll up at DomShow1210, my Twitter handle at DomShow1210, and most people are voting the way that I thought they would vote. You have 3 categories: still a big deal, concerning, or I'm over it. And clearly it's been going up since I've been on the air. People are saying concerning still. So they're not just going to say, oh, well, as we said yesterday, you've said all this stuff about it, and now there's nothing out there. Then there are spins. The spins of they're doing this so that the deep state, they can push back on that. I'm looking at an interview. Alex Jones broke down in tears. He was doing an interview with Judge Joe Brown. What the heck is Judge Joe Brown an authority on what's happening here with Epstein? This is the type of thing that's set off. And you have Elon Musk, the person who headed up day-to-day X, Twitter, has resigned. Could it be this Nazi AI thing they put up yesterday mistakenly? Or more people believe it's because of Musk and this antagonism going back and forth with Bannon, Musk going after Trump on this issue, and the third party. So I don't think it's over, but I think people are trying to say, look, I don't like this. I don't like how Bongino and Kash Patel drum this up. And then at the 11th hour, there was no reveal. There was nothing. We didn't get anything. No files. Could it be the files were already erased? Any files they had, they would get rid of them, right? Yeah, I can buy that. And then you have the Pam Bondi part. Yeah, Pam Bondi stepped in it by talking about all kinds of reveals that would happen and really didn't deliver. But I'm not firing Pam Bondi over this. Is Pam Bondi the one that walks the plank? Would that settle people down? Yep, it was Pam Bondi. I don't see her. I think she's very capable. I thought her answer yesterday under pressure was pretty good. I think they don't want to talk about it anymore. What other shoe will drop with it? But as far as President Trump on this, people are taking the long view. They're concerned. That's why I mentioned the rage on Twitter today. Almost hard to believe. One guy on Twitter has 7 million views. When am I getting my Fort Knox audit? When are you going to go to Fort Knox? I want to know that the gold is in there. We could go every day with all these conspiracies. I think the Epstein, it's legit to continue this, though. You had people that were essentially statutory rape. You had big-time figures that were involved with this. We've talked about it forever. How could this guy get by with this in plain view? And now all of a sudden we're going to be told you can't even talk about this. I see people just saying, I don't want to hear it anymore. Move on. Okay. As a point of emphasis, it is not the point of emphasis. There are big things happening out there that we've been talking about all day, but it is an issue. Reading a little bit more about Dan Muser dropping out. No reason really given other than people saying, well, he's got to concentrate on Congress. I think it's kind of a safe seat. I really like Stacey Garrity. Henry, you think she'll be on Friday? Is that what we're told?
Yeah, that's what it's leaning towards.
All right, Friday. And I don't know. I still think she's going to run. I could be up in the air a little bit. But if she runs, I think we have a realistic chance of beating Josh Shapiro. I mean, he is not unbelievable. Who has he ever run against? I mean, what has he ever done to make us believe you can't beat Josh Shapiro? And there are issues with this guy. But he's not easy. And this brings Doug Mastriano back into play. How does it affect your life? It's not only Pennsylvania. If Josh Shapiro doesn't win substantially, it knocks him down a few rungs. I worry about him nationally. He's better than almost any Democrat that I see on the scene. So if he doesn't do that well, he's not as prominent, they go with someone else in 2028, I'd be happy about that. But he is beatable. And someone like Stacey Garrity's got a lot to offer and can beat him. And if he's not there as governor, we have a better life here in Pennsylvania. That's what it comes down to. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. We're coming to your calls on the side question. These are really good ones. The big reveal, something that happened, and I have to check social media, see if I'm going to be killed by the umbrella people. I just think there ought to be an over-under, too, Andrew, when you ever see these guys pushing this cart uphill that has like a pack animal to get to the beach, all the stuff that's involved.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
The wheels, they're
the giant wheels. They look like tanks that are coming through there. Yeah.
Yeah, inspired by Normandy. Yeah.
Yeah, don't you think, hey, this isn't a day at the beach that we got to go. Can't we minimize a little bit more?
Well, I think and again, I'll use my family as an example. We got little kids. There's a lot of us there. We got to take a lot of stuff. The kids need their toys. There's food that we put in the cooler and all that stuff. It's an involved process, but we have a lot of fun. We make it work, and everybody has a good time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like excuse making to me. I want to see pictures of this.
Well, that sounds like my exact childhood. Like, we'd all have to take turns just pushing that thing down the beach every day.
Or if you don't have something to push, like, everybody's got to carry a little bit of something.
Carrying chairs.
Well, carry your own chairs. That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm carrying everyone's chairs.
All right. All right, but right now, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
That is right, and today we're playing for a 4-pack of tickets to see the Reading Phillies versus the Binghamton Rumble Ponies. That's at First Energy Stadium in Reading, Pennsylvania, Saturday, July 26th. For tickets, just visit readingphillies.com. All right, Henry.
Yeah, Dom, so today we are asking for that all-time public reveal, that all-time first reveal. One of the things that, I'm going to rephrase that. One of the most anticipated albums of the 1980s would be Michael Jackson's third solo album, Bad, which was, of course, came after Thriller, which obviously had much commercial success. So with that, I completely lost my train of thought on this, so I won't lie. With that being said, Bad when it was being sold around the same time Weird Al Yankovic was selling his album Even Worse, and he modeled his album cover off of Michael Jackson's Bad. So they are both very similarly posed, dressed. The graphics on each of them are both the same. So if you weren't careful and you weren't looking closely, you might have bought yourself a copy of Weird Al's Even Worse. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to play a cover of a Michael Jackson song, not sung by Weird Al, but it is a spoof cover sung in a particular language. I want to know the language it is being sang in today, all right?
Okay.
All right. Yeah, Dom.
This is going to be
not
tough
the greatest
today.
cover here, but it
Okay.
is a joke of a song.
Right.
And before I turn it back over to you here, let me say some facts about this country in which the language is from. It is home to a few NHL Hall of Fame hockey players, as well as some current ones. And a Trump is from here. I won't say which one, but there is
Trump
a Trump
is from there.
Yes,
Oh, that's
from
interesting.
this country,
Okay.
one of the language that country speaks.
So we want to know the
And
language.
This song
in
is being sang
in that language. All right. What language is that? A Trump is from that country, among other things. You get in at 855-839-1210. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Chris Hoover, he's our vet for July. He grew up in Doylestown, Bucks County. Sometimes it's a calling, sometimes it's family. But for you, it seems to be a little of both.
My calling was a combination, you're right. My grandfather served and was in World War I. My father served between Korean and Vietnam Wars, and so it ran in our family.
Well, you're a great speaker, so you're certainly welcome back for the big radiothon in March. So we'd love to have you back then.
Oh, fantastic. Thanks, sir.
You're absolutely welcome. And thank you so much for your service.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
At Verizon, lock in our best price ever on the best 5G in Philly and be the best you. Check where your ride is for your trip into the office. Get that almost impossible dinner reservation and save big with Verizon while you do it all. Switch today and pay $45 a month for a single line. You heard that right. Just $45 a month when you bring in your phone on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Stop by your nearest Verizon store today.
$20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome in terms of congestion and limited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming and 2G speeds. Rankings based on root metrics. Root score reported data 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Have you booked your summer vacation yet? Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Don't skip making great family memories. Book your getaway at the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May. You and your family will love it. Book a July midweek stay and save. Stay 3 nights, get $60 a night in resort credits. 5 nights get you $70 a night, and 7 nights get you $80 a night in resort credits. And you can use them right at the Grand Hotel, at Hemingway's restaurant, the outdoor pool bar, beach concession, or in the gift shop. Take your family on a whale watching boat cruise. The Grand Hotel is my happy place, and it's going to be your happy place too. Always book direct with them for the best rates and the resort credits. The Grand is also the perfect place to host a wedding, baby and bridal shower with 4 ballrooms. They have the perfect space to make lifetime memories. Just call my friend Caitlin. She is the 2025 South Jersey Face of Weddings, and she'll help you plan the wedding of your dreams. 800-257-8550 or visit them online at grandhotelcapemay.com. Book your summer stay today.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra in Wildwood and Ocean City. It's Philly sports put to music.
First of all, I loved it.
I couldn't imagine how good it would be with the orchestra.
All his voices are fabulous, and the fact that he sings.
That band.
You laugh, you teared up.
Just great stuff.
I've never laughed so much my cheeks hurt. I'm like, yeah. Excellent.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School Friday, July 11th, and the Ocean City Music Pier Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
They say no two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app with over 16 million subscriptions sold? Well, we thought of you. All of you. Take Sierra. She's an artist and absolutely a visual learner. She's doing a deep dive into our Babbel wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Malcolm is very much a type A, say it to my face, listening learner. So he checks with Babbel's speech recognition to make sure that accent?
Precio.
Keith's a real people person and a curious learner, so he loves Babbel's Culture Bites, full of insights and native knowledge about the language he's learning. Like, what's served for Christmas dinner in Germany?
Glühwein, Weihnachtsgans und Christmasstollen.
Wherever you are, however you learn, Babbel is the best choice to break any language barrier. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
From North Wales to Willingboro, we know your favorite stations, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone? Show me the money.
That is exactly right. All right, we're looking for the language, and a Trump is from this place that this song is being sung to. It was as confident. This was his.
I had to somehow tie it back to the side questions.
Yeah, exactly. The big reveal. All right, let's hear it. Then there's the pa, yes.
I've had enough of this song.
All right, let's go to Ed in Rosemont. I'm sure Ed's going to get it out of the box. Ed, what's the language?
I'll try. I'll guess Russian.
No, not Russian, but it is a European country.
All right. Remember, a Trump is from there.
A Trump.
A Trump. Let's go to Steve in Bordentown. Hey, Steve, what's the language?
I'm going to say German because that's what I said first, but when you said a Trump, I got it after that. I didn't hear that.
Not a German, but still let's see. How many European? We're not going to go through every European country.
It's the home country of Martina Navratilova.
Ah, there you go. All right.
And I could give another athlete. But
which Trump is from there?
Ivana.
Ah, that's right. Yeah. Let's go to Ed in Pennsauken. That's a layup, Ed.
Yeah,
what's
seriously.
the country? What's the language?
Slovenia.
No, that's
so
Melania. All right.
Oh, man.
Think of another wife, and not Marla Maples.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what country
Earlier
she's
wife.
from. Earlier wife. Joe in Hamilton, New Jersey. All right, Joe. Who is it?
Polish.
All right, we'll take these off air. You can call in 855-839-1210. You got all the clues. We're not giving any more.
Jaromir Jagr.
Yeah, there you go.
Dominic Hasek.
Okay. Hitler, the final thing in World War II. I'm not going to say Sudetenland, but I said it. All right, there you go. Jump in. 855-839-1210. Give us that. Does she have it? We want a winner. Just tell me when we have a winner. Okay. On to other stuff. We'll get the winner, and we'll get their prize to them. This is something's going on. I'm not sure why. Jersey, I would have thought, is doing incredibly. Jack Cheddarelli, I think diners, I think of Jersey. But sad news to report, the Mayfair Diner is being sold. And the Inquirer piece on this, it just came down. It seems to indicate maybe it wouldn't be a diner anymore. Not sure about that. And they say that the Cherry Hill Diner, Red Lion Diner in Burlington County, I thought Ponzio was still open. Penn's Hawkins, Penn Queen Diner all have closed after decades in business. And the ownership group that has the Mayfair also had the Melrose. Now, I would say the Melrose to me seems to be the all-time diner in this area, but I have broadcasts from the Mayfair Diner. It's iconic. Is it a symbol, too? We often talk about Mayfair, particularly under Larry Krasner. Hey, by the way, Larry Krasner is going great, isn't he? Look at the number of people shot just over July 4th, or over the last week or so. I mean, massive shootings. Come on, Dom. Stop picking on the Kras, And Judge Dugan, are you running or are you not running? Anyhow, Mayfair Diner, though, the history of that, the Melrose, sad day. I broadcast from there several times and grew up going to the Melrose, the booth that you had to share with other people. Did you know that, Henry? If you didn't have a full number, like if there were two of you, the booth's all connected. You sat down with two strangers.
Oh, really?
At the Melrose, yeah.
Oh, man.
It's a classic.
I like that.
Oh, yeah, classic. They took me behind the scenes, and at each station, they showed you the procedure to make the beats or whatever it was. It was incredible. Long-standing, and yet the Melrose closed. And then, on top of that, the Mayfair Diner now, and these diners in Jersey. I thought diners were still, I'm not sure the reason for their demise, but these are some pretty big diners in our area. Iconic. And is it a sign, again, of Mayfair, trying to fight the good battle to be a viable neighborhood still in Philadelphia, and under fire by any number of policies? Krasner's Law and Order is one that repeatedly we've talked about. But the Mayfair Diner, I mean, this is where political campaigns, where this is the neighborhood. Mayfair is the neighborhood. It's really a swing kind of neighborhood. It represented middle-class life growing up. That's not a good sign. Or is this a sign just of the diner industry is not what I thought it was? I used to do Andy's Diner for years. The one over in, the one on Bethlehem Pike, I'm not sure is operational now. So these things seem to be enterprises that are having difficulty. Not sure why. I mean, just think of the variety you get with diners. There's a sense of place and time, nostalgia, you would think. But the idea of a sale, they're not saying would it remain a diner or not. Let me go to Robert in Ben Salem. And Robert, you're in on Talk Radio 1210. All right, Robert, what's the language?
That would be the language of the Czech Republic, Dom.
There you go. The Czech Republic. I will put you on hold.
And Dom, one more thing.
Yes.
One more thing.
Sure.
I'm Irish. I got to take an umbrella, man. Have a great day.
Oh, well, we've met. I don't know. You're borderline. You're not that fair that you need the umbrella, really.
No, Dom, we actually used to take a little tent, not for us, but so that we could put the coolers in, and if somebody needed a little privacy, they could have a little privacy. So it wasn't for the shade, so to speak. It was just for the convenience. The caller with the large family, I sympathize. You guys have a great day.
I'll put you on hold, Robert. You are the winner. All right, so am I not taking into account the fare of heart here when it comes to all those beach umbrellas, which are dangerous. I mean, why are so many of them deadly? Why is Henry chasing one 5 blocks away with a guy, right?
I'm a good citizen.
Yeah, no, but you really got to secure these things. I mean, you can't be fooling around
absolutely.
with it's windy on the beach most times.
I mean, it's a stake. You're driving a stake into the ground.
Yeah, exactly.
One of those things comes flying. It's not fun.
Exactly, yeah. All right, so it's 855-839-1210. Joe in Middlebrook, he might be on my side on the beach umbrella. Joe, you're on my side on the beach umbrella?
No, man. Stop regulating what people can do. Give them a break.
I'm not regulating. Wait a minute. I didn't say pass a law. I'm just saying that they're annoying.
I mean, more people get hurt, like floating down the Delaware in a tube or riding bicycles. It's kind of silly.
Wait a minute, though. If they want to go down the Delaware in a tube or riding bicycles, that's on them. You're right. The beach umbrella, though, is hurting other people here. That's the point.
I understand what you're saying, but I mean, take a reasonable amount of, care in doing it correctly. And if they don't, you know what? If you get hit by one, sue the guy. That's the American way.
Well, it's true. If you get impaled, though, that's a little.
Yeah, your family get the money. But, I mean, it's not like an everyday occurrence that somebody's getting really torn up by these things. I don't see the overwhelming need. Put more stickers on it like we did with ladders, Come on. This is getting crazy.
Thank you, Joe. No one's saying to pass a law or do anything else. I just want to know why you're going to need a beach umbrella to go to the beach. And, yeah, the woman did get impaled here, and I thought it was Asbury Park. And then you have another one just in the news right now. All right, Joe. Got you. Nobody's passing laws. You can do what you want. You can have a beach umbrella. I said Rehoboth banned these giant tents when that became all the rage. And essentially, they were just blocking out large parts of the beach. That's all. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. You get on board AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210, and we'll get you in. Big story today. If you missed it, it'll be up on podcast. We had on Selena Zito. The brand new book was out yesterday, talking about the day that Trump was attempted assassination. There have been 2. The one that hit him and his reaction over that 24, 48-hour period going back and forth with her. It was riveting stuff. You missed it. It really shows, she made the point, too, of how the media couldn't even cover that in any kind of fair way, shape, or form. They did everything they could to try to diminish it, the fragments, that's all. But, the whole story, it was iconic. Even, I think the picture they chose, there was another picture that I thought was better for all the awards. And we also talked about the fact that this Congressman Dan Muser has dropped out of running for governor. Trump endorsed him at an event, you may remember. Now, it was a soft endorsement, but he said, yeah, if Muser runs, yeah, it's my guy, I'm endorsing. And now it looks like Stacey Garrity, who will be on the show on Friday. And this is a task here, not only to win the governorship, but you're going against a guy that I think is arguably the Democrats' best chance in 2028. So it's got national repercussions, to put it mildly. So we'll be, of course, the Jersey race right now with these fraudulent polls out there telling us that Jack Ciattarelli's 20 points behind. He's produced another poll that indicates it might be around 5 points, something. I could see that. I don't know that he's ahead. I don't think he's going to win by 5 points. I don't think she's going to win by 5 points. I think in the end, it'll be tight. Even though she's lackluster, to put it mildly, Jersey is a liberal, progressive state. You got to take that into account. What the heck can she run on? Affordability? No, she's going to run on I hate Trump, Jersey hates Trump. That's where we're going to go. Fox is reviewing the Butler, the shooting at Butler, and the family. the man who was killed there, is still demanding answers on various things. So the Selena Zito book is a keeper. And if she's in the area, we'll do more with her when she comes here. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. You just push pound 1210.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
The blue-collar worker strike is over. The city and DC 33 have reached a new 3-year deal. Last night's storms triggered several tornado warnings, but the National Weather Service says no tornadoes touched down. And there's a new networking opportunity this weekend for local artists to turn their work into cash.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Okay, so the Quantum Network Protocol is optimized, the microservices are containerized, and I just ran a multi-threaded diagnostic.
Yeah, that was a lot of words. So my email won't keep crashing anymore, right?
Only if you try to send an attachment larger than 2 petabytes, but no promises.
Gilbert, did you just use petabytes in a sentence?
I know, right?
Hey, IT twins, is it fixed or what?
That's what we just said.
CompuTrex. All that matters is we know what we're talking about. IT for your small business. You want to talk? We're here. More at CompuTrex.u.com.
Hoping to stay in your car as it nears the end of its lease and avoid the headache of having to find a new one? With an auto lease buyout from American Heritage Credit Union, stay in your reliable set of wheels and make the most of your car's value. With the smart cost savings option, you'll enjoy no payments for the first 2 months and a low rate. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/auto to get started. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal Opportunity Lender.
The working families of La Una Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
When you speed, you have less time to react. Follow the speed limit and keep other road users safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by the NHTSA.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Okay, coming to your calls, it is Dom. I just saw this. We have talked a good bit, even though a lot of listeners are not in the city. You follow the strike, the trash, the nonsense, right? The out-of-control stuff by the union on various turns. Now it turns out this guy, Carlton Williams, the director of the city's Office of Clean and Green Initiatives, says we won't be able to start picking up trash again until Monday. Now think about this. Think about what's out there now. And he says, well, it's several factors, including a need to inventory equipment. What the hell have you been doing? And getting staffing in order. I'm just asking for a little bit more patience. Now, this is the example. This is really the example of progressives government, a city like Philadelphia. Let's take just at the national level. Do you think if Trump were in charge of this operation after something like this, shouldn't it be, we've hit the ground running. We are going to make an all-out effort to show you we're worth it. We realize all the stuff that this service and all that's built up, et cetera. Instead, this guy says, yeah, we'll get around to it on Monday. So whatever number of days of the strike and then settlement. Now, it was settled at 4 a.m. I realize on getting back to work on a Wednesday, even in the afternoon, would that be too much to ask? Certainly. How about Thursday, Friday, Saturday? How about showing you're really on top of this? But realize this is the Democrat Party in Philadelphia. They don't have to show this. They don't. And the people that were complaining during this, what will they continue to do for life? They will continue to vote for some Democrat, somewhat progressive, etc. This is what we're up against in a nutshell. In what universe do you settle this? And as a show of good faith, as a show you're back on this, all right, Wednesday, by the afternoon, you would think, yeah, we got a lot of work. We got to catch up on this. Nope. Oh, we got staffing. What does that mean? You have the same number of people that you had before. And we have to inventory the equipment. Wow. How do they get away with it? This is a Democrat town. It has been forever. And this is the mentality. No matter who's in charge. You know, there have been times where Ed Rendell was a Democrat in charge. Things were somewhat more urgent. Does the media say anything like, what are you talking about here? Nope. So it's not just about Philadelphia. It's about an attitude. It's about the way the world works in a place like Philadelphia, Chicago. Sadly, I think New York has gone that way. And so what? What are you going to do about it? There is no sense of, this isn't acceptable. All right, side question today. Coming off the first reading of the Declaration yesterday, hit us with that big reveal. We've had some unbelievable ones, some on Twitter too, of something that was revealed, kind of like the Caitlyn Jenner, Bruce Jenner one, but there's several that play out. Let's go to Jesse in Drexel Hill on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Jesse.
Hey, Dom, how
Hi.
are you today?
Good.
Dom, in 2022, the longest unidentified homicide victim in Philadelphia police history was identified. He was the boy in the box, cardboard box. He was identified as little Joey Zarelli.
Right.
He was 4 years old. And here's the thing I can't understand about this case. There was theories that he had been killed in a far-out suburb or maybe out of state, drove into Philly, and dumped there in Fox Chase. This little boy lived at 61st and Market Street in West Philly. Okay?
Right.
And that period of time, West Philly, that section of West Philly was a heavily Italian neighborhood. And pictures of this little kid, flyers were sent all over the city. Churches, schools, doctor's offices. I saw one myself in the vestibule of my church in South Philly. Now, you mean to tell me that this little kid, nobody put two and two together and said, hey, where's little Joey? I haven't seen him for a while. But apparently they didn't. And it took 65 years, genetic testing and DNA to finally identify this little boy.
That's a good one, Jesse. I mean, that the detectives, the people that stayed with us during this period of time, I don't know if a movie has been made about it, but something will be done. All right, this is cut 11, Henry. Before we take anything more, for some reason, And it's been started by some of these MAGA influencers. And I think you're seeing with Epstein. I told you one conspiracy that starts because the feeling is not transparent on that. What about Fort Knox? Which is all ridiculous. But here's the other one. That Trump is going to be for amnesty of some sort. That's got started out there. The corporate people, the money people, they want at least semi-amnesty for people that are here illegally. Now, President Trump did that, which I don't see any hint of, but that's what's ballooning up. That would create difficulty for him with the base. There are very few things that would shake Trump's base. This is the biggest, firmest base I've seen of any politician last 50 years of a base of support. So here's President Trump's response.
There's no amnesty. What we're doing is we're getting rid of criminals, but we are doing a work program. Do you want to explain that, please?
Yeah, this morning we talked about, of course, this was a top of mind question. This morning we talked about protecting the farmers and the farmland, but obviously this president's vision of no amnesty, mass deportation continues, but in a strategic way, and then ensuring that our farmers have the labor that they need. Secretary Chavez-DeRimmer has been a leader on this. Obviously this comes out of the Labor Department, but moving toward automation, ensuring that our farmers have that workforce, and moving toward an American workforce. So all of the above.
We've got to give the farmers the people they need, but we're not talking amnesty.
All right. So you hear where this is going now. I thought there were provisions, migrant workers. We've done that for years. Some crazy stuff was said. Look, you got to face it. This is crazy talk. I think it was the agriculture secretary saying, well, all these people, able-bodied men that are on Medicaid, they're going to have to do something in order to guarantee they stay on Medicaid, the work requirement. Really? You're expecting those guys to show up at farms? Come on, that's a joke. Automation, good. Where's that force going to come from? Well, I think it's going to come from the same legal means that we've had. But you see the Epstein thing is unsettling a bit. Wild stuff gets said now. Fort Knox, you're going to be for amnesty. I don't see any of this stuff being credible. All right, it is the lightning round next. You hit us with that all-time reveal, and we'll tell you tomorrow that Congressman Ryan McKenzie will be on the show. Big, beautiful bill taken inside. He's taken a lot of heat. You heard Jeff Van Drew on it today. Stacey Garrity here on Friday, and we'll talk several things with her, but I frankly am very happy that she looks to be, if she runs, the leading nominee to take on Josh Shapiro. And over in Jersey, I think Jack Ciattarelli is running a heck of a campaign already. I told you that Mikey Sherrill is now going to be spending about $20 million during the last month and a half of the summer to reintroduce herself. That's not a bold, aggressive move. That's a move saying they think this is pretty close. They wouldn't be doing that. They'd save the money to the end. They wouldn't have to reintroduce and do all that stuff. Jack is Jersey. She's not. Phil Murphy had all that money. He's never been Jersey. He never will be Jersey. There are things you can't fake. And I think their sense of trouble. Not dead yet, but they're anxious. This is a race. All right, 855-89-1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Wawa has apparently selected Families Behind Badge Children's Foundation as the winner of the Wawa, where they present FBBC with their award and a $50,000 grant.
Let's give it up for this audience and Families Behind the Badge.
As you say, Nick, that's the power of 1210.
That is correct, sir. That is the power.
This is what it's all about, being a local radio station.
See what the power of 1210 can do.
Start your day with Kale and Company weekday mornings. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the Odyssey app.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
Yes, it is the lightning round. That great reveal, declaration was revealed, public reading yesterday. That's what we're celebrating. Let's go to Joe in Bordentown. All right, Joe, what do you have today?
Today I have my memorable reveal would be the Janet Jackson wardrobe malfunction at the Super Bowl.
That's clever. That is outside the box, yeah. Gary in Newtown on Talk Radio 1210. All right, Gary, what do you have today?
Hey, Dom. Thank you so much for taking my call. I'm going to go with something that was revealed in a trade show in Chicago in 1893. That would be the General Noble tree, which is a giant sequoia that we really didn't know that they existed. It was over 300 feet tall and over 30 feet in diameter, and people that were at the show thought it was a fake. And if you've ever been to the Sequoia National Park, I would highly recommend it.
Thank you, Gary, very much. All right, those are a little bit off the beaten trail. Chef Dave, Oakland, Talk Radio 1210. All right, Chef, what's yours?
The Bill of Rights. It basically was the government was governing itself. And, essentially it was a peace treaty between the people and the government. And it's the most cited piece of work all over the world,
It definitely is. It restrained government. That's the way that I saw it. It spelled out the individual rights. President Obama apparently didn't like that part of it. He thought we ought to be hearing more about the rights of government also. He's written about that. Just think about that. That's what we need more, the rights of government. Well, look how that's going. I'm still stunned by Philadelphia saying, yeah, we'll start picking up the trash again on Monday. Typical. And is there going to be outrage? People saying, no, I can't vote for this. After all this, you're not ready to go back. What was your plan? Oh, well, we're taking inventory back here. What does your inventory tell you? Are you counting trash trucks? Get some out there. Don't count them. This guy would never come on.
At least a couple.
Yeah, I'm asking for more patience. Why are you not? No. Impatience is what made America great. Not patience. Impatience. Urgency. Urgency is a fancy word for what I am, which is impatient. Joe and X. All right, Henry, get back there and get those promos going. I need 4 by lunch. Make that 6 by tomorrow. What will be first, the promos or the trash trucks? All right, we got a race going here.
I think it's the promos.
Joe and Exton. Joe, what's yours?
Yes. Hello, Dom. Good afternoon. In ancient Greek history, the story of Ulysses is an account of the resilience of the human spirit in overcoming travail and tribulation. And it presages the future involvement of mankind in the creation of world history.
Thank you, Joe. Right on brand today. I mean, who else comes up with Ulysses as the great reveal here? All right, we had some stunning ones here today. I might have a couple of contenders in mind, but Andrew, who did you like?
Caitlyn Jenner was probably like the one that stands out a lot.
Yeah, it was a good one.
But I'm like I said, being the history buff that I am, I was actually intrigued by the story of the guy who had the tree, the sequoia tree, in the Chicago World Fair is what he was referring to in 1893.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Henry, yours?
Yeah, you know what? I thought both those were also good answers. I also liked the answer of Joe in Columbus with the Roy Rogers, and I also liked Jesse with the boy in the box.
Yeah, the boy in the box. I just really have to say that I was taken by the Jenner one, though. It kind of captured, the woman who called in with that to me captured the spirit of this. Bruce Jenner, all-time decathlete, and suddenly, there it is, Caitlyn Jenner. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was well done. All right, so let's put her into the hat. And if you have any idea, is there anything famous associated, 15 of this, 15 of that?
The Ides of March.
The Ides of March. We might do that tomorrow, and we'll tell you tomorrow why we're thinking about that one. Or John L. Sullivan fighting 75 rounds, apparently with only breaks when you knock the other guy down. They're both out there. We'll see. Rich C. always shows next. It's Talk Radio 1210.